Ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to kindly take your seats. We will begin momentarily. Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. We do invite you to kindly take your seats so that we may begin. And while we are settling in, we're going to invite you to kindly put your phones on silent or vibrate, have those volumes turned all the way down, just as a courtesy to our presenters, our panelists, speakers, and of course, fellow attendees. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly stand for the playing of the national anthem.
The national anthem represents the beauty, pride, strength, and resilience of Jamaica and our people. My name is Ziggy Marley. Please stand while we honor Jamaica, our culture, and our history.
That has got to be the most beautiful anthem in the world. That particular rhythm always makes me want to do a little dinky mini, but then I have to keep myself together. Chairman of the Broadcasting Commission of Jamaica, BCJ, Professor Lloyd Waller. Commissioners of the Broadcasting Commission of Jamaica. Executive Director of the Broadcasting Commission, Mr. Cordell Green. Chairman of the Barbados Broadcasting Authority, Dr. the Honorable Alison Leacock. President of the ATSC, Mrs. Madeline Noland. Staff of the Broadcasting Commission of Jamaica, our speakers, panelists, members of the media, specially invited guests all. Good morning and welcome to the 40th Anniversary Conference of the Broadcasting Commission of Jamaica. Good morning again all, and welcome to the 40th Anniversary Conference of the Broadcasting Commission of Jamaica. I mean, I invited to my little, birthday celebration, and you're going to give me a little dibby, finke, pian. No. And if we understand the work that the Broadcasting Commission of Jamaica has done over the years, there's a lot to give God thanks for, and there's a lot that we have to celebrate. Now, I will tell you how humbled I was. I grew up in the 80s, and because of the integration and the work that I have seen the BCJ do, I always felt protected, of course, by BCJ, only to realize, because I thought, surely the BCJ has to be at least 50, 60, 70 years old, only to realize that I am in fact older than the BCJ. But it's good. All good things take their time. And for 4 decades, the BCJ has not just been here for guiding digital transformation and safeguarding public interest, but when it comes to media regulation and governance, it has also been there. Now, yes, this is a lot of things that we have to celebrate, and we have to say they've done a great job, but it really wouldn't be BCJ if they didn't take this opportunity for us to have really sensible and instructive conversations. We just saw the devastation done by Hurricane Melissa, so we have really hard questions that we need to answer, and we have some fantastic panelists who will help us to answer those questions. For those of you who do not know me, I am Terry Carroll, and I have been given the task of serving you in the capacity of host. Now, I also know that the World Cup is taking place. I also know that there are 2 matches that will be overlapping while we are at this 40th anniversary. I also do know that many of us have our subscriptions to One Spot Media and to other platforms. Let me just let you know right now that I will be keeping my eyes on you. And if I see any particular enthusiasm going on while we are speaking about the horizon of traditional broadcasting, I will know you are probably watching the Ecuador versus Germany match, or you are watching the Côte d'Ivoire versus Curacao. But nobody in here is going to be watching the World Cup while we're at the 40th anniversary, correct? Thank you for being here. Thank you for carving out your morning. We just want to remind us, even though we don't need to be reminded, that this complex world has become shaped more and more by misinformation, disinformation, digitally manipulated content, and declining confidence in institutions. So today, we want to have conversations around sector resilience, around supporting digital transformation and modernization. We want to look at what does sustainability within the broadcasting industry look like. And lastly, we want to ask those very hard questions. But before we do all of that, we would love to welcome our first speaker, our welcoming remarks, and the person who will deliver that is Professor Lloyd Waller, BCJ Chairman. Could you kindly make him welcome?
My apologies for being late today. I almost also caused Cordell to have a small heart attack. Well, hopefully not. You know, he called me, "Where are you?" Oh, he called me. He said, "Chairman, where are you?" I said, "I'm almost into Montego Bay." Where is it again? The convention center? Convention center. And, you know, he giggled, and I giggled, and I said that it was a joke. But the truth is, I got an opportunity to take a bad situation and turn it into a good situation, because that story is true of a different circumstance. So, you know, I'm always telling my students, no matter how bad things are, somewhere, somehow, eventually, you can put a little good out of it. Every occasion for the last 5 years since COVID, I've had the opportunity to stand here at various BCJ engagements, and I've said the same thing over and over and over, and it starts with the world has changed. And then I would go into some examples of the change, you know, kind of like a little warning to say, you know, look around at your environment. I don't necessarily need to say that now today. I think we're all on that page. Every year I look forward to engaging students as research assistants. You know, every July I would interview 15, 20 students and would select 3 students, 4 students who would work in the capacity as a kind of understudy under one of my research assistants. It has benefited them significantly, to be quite frank. I think 100% of them have gone on to do their PhD and are working in research firms or academic institutions. But I have an existential dilemma this year, because this year I taught myself to use Claude bots, which are Claude agents. And I created a Claude agent who I call a research assistant, who can actually do everything that my research assistants can do, minus the attitude. I don't mind the attitude, to be quite frank. So existentially now, I'm in a situation where I have something that is better by my standards, more efficient by my standards, but there's a moral dilemma now. If I decide to use these Claude bots as my research assistant, how do I now add value to the evolution of humanity? And we are in that particular space right now. Whenever I would say the world has changed, it has a lot to do with some additional insights that I think I would have more so than a lot of other people, but not necessarily for anything other than the fact that I'm a sociologist, and other than the fact that I've studied social change, and other than the fact that I've written an entire book on social change and technology and the evolution of technology. And I'm looking at this space, the media space, and I'm also recognizing that there has been a fundamental shift. I mean, when you see someone with a Ring camera and a YouTube account in one night has more followers than someone who, an entire media station, it's a clear indication that there's a paradigm shift. Now, in such a shift, what do you do? We at the BCJ for the last 5 years have also been active in terms of highlighting and drawing attention to the shift in the ecosystem. Cordell, to be quite frank, either knowingly or unknowingly, or as my mother would love to say, either by design or by happenstance, has been rolling out a number of initiatives and projects in the last 5 years under the BCJ, written articles, about how the ecosystem has changed, and in an attempt to raise awareness about what is happening and what needs to happen. So we're now at this particular juncture, to be quite frank, where information or data will need to be the key. To be quite frank, when I looked at TikTok and I also looked at the radio stations, the first thing I had asked myself, and I said it to Cordell at one stage, why is it that the radio stations and the TV stations not collecting this particular content or creating a local competitor to TikTok? Because there's a high demand for Jamaican content outside of Jamaica. So why are you giving TikTok the opportunity to generate this great wealth of the Jamaicans? Why don't you create a local TikTok and you capture and incentivize the, and by the way, if you use the idea, remember, I was the one who recommended it. And I have some good friends who are lawyers, so I'm saying it publicly. This is my intellectual property that I'm making a recommendation, but it's true. You could have created a local TikTok to rival TikTok, to be quite frank. When you see the explosion of the use of TikTok as a communication mechanism, as an information sharing medium, as a communication benchmark, even right now, research in terms of looking at how people use different products. Bots are using TikTok to collect data, just to show you how powerful this source is. I've done some work with TikTok, and I can tell you, it is a money-making machine, an absolute money-making machine, and it's very unfortunate that they have the opportunity to capture and manipulate the culture of countries around the world when we have the opportunity here to do that kind of transition as broadcasters. We need to start to think outside of the box. We need to destroy the box, because the world has changed in a way in which it is unimaginable to think about the things that you can do today. So staying in that small, insignificant imagination of what you think you were works against you in a world in which possibilities are endless. So the first time in human history, anyone in here has the opportunity to have a conversation with an AI, and out of that conversation create an application that they can sell to 1 million people, where you have 1 million persons subscribing $1 a month for that application. True story. Less than a month. You know, the opportunities are just there, and I always, as someone who studies technology, I'm always concerned about small island developing states being latecomers. In this particular instance, my friends, being a latecomer works against us because the technology is moving rapidly, the things are changing, so we have to jump and capitalize. And I hope that today's opportunity to engage with the specialists and the conversations that we're having, and we've curated what I think is represents the critical issues that are emerging for the next 5 years. So it was meant for you as broadcasters to be in here to learn and to share and to have a conversation, and I hope we do that today. Thank you very much, everyone. Take care.
Thank you so very much. Excuse me. This is an audio test. We're testing for sound volume and clarity.
Since 1986, the Broadcasting Commission of Jamaica has helped shape the nation's media landscape, setting standards, guiding responsible broadcasting, and serving the public interest. From the era of
and very quickly after the hurricane. So we're taking a specific interest in the impact of the hurricane on your studios and your transmission facilities.
Through firm and fair regulation, we have helped raise broadcasting standards and strengthen trust in Jamaica's media landscape. We are spearheading Jamaica's transitioning from analog to digital broadcasting. Jamaica has made history by being the third country in the world to adopt a digital service using Next-Gen TV, and the first country to move from analog to this most advanced standard. Through it all, we are rooted in service. As media has expanded beyond traditional broadcasting, we have also become an important voice in national conversations around digital, media and information literacy, artificial intelligence, information accessibility, and the responsible use of media. And we continue to help Jamaica prepare for what comes next. In a rapidly changing media environment, the need for trusted guidance has never been greater.
AI is now the new general purpose technology transforming lives around the world, and many countries and many businesses and many individuals are highlighting and drawing attention to the benefits of AI. And it was very important to determine whether or not Jamaica was ready for AI, to look at who is ready, who is not, how they're using AI, how much knowledge they have of AI, and also their fears and how we can address it.
We shouldn't take lightly what you have said. Everybody now is having this conversation about utilizing that tool. So businesses need to bring a new intelligence. It's not just about doing more with less. I think ultimately what we want is to do more for more with the technology.
Then no me taste that. We never make no record that big, nobody no money.
That slap, bro, we not need that.
A truck over a donkey. Send this to everybody you know.
For little people, it's a really big world.
Where the remote? Where the remote?
Hurry and change the channel quick. I ain't that thing back.
I believe after seeing the layers of work that has been done in the different spaces, I think BCJ could get a much bigger round of applause than that, to be very honest with you. And if I may just state, my favorite campaign of BCJ was with the cat. I think that cat spoke to everyone across age group, across economic statuses. Everyone understood what the BCJ was all about. Now, going back to what the welcome remarks was done by the chairman, to whom much is given, much is expected. And we do know that when you have governance and compliance and regulation, you may not always be able to move as fast as others, but certainly when you understand that people are becoming the voice of trust, and when you realize what these people really intend on doing, it is horrific. And during Hurricane Melissa, I can tell you that as myself and other people were using our large platforms to help families find families, there were people who were creating WhatsApp groups and charging people to find their families. And so when you hear Mr. Green say that in times of disaster, it is even more important for the media entities to be there before, to be there during, and to be there after. Thank you so very much, not only for our welcoming remarks from the chairman, but for that beautiful video that showed all of what the BCJ does. So we move to our very first presentation, and we could not have found a better person. A formidable force in Caribbean media, academia, cultural advocacy, someone who champions regional integration, digital literacy, and transformative communication. The title of the presentation, Trust on Life Support, where we reflect on the evolution of regulation, digital disruption, and the next decade in content and media technology and trusted media. Our presenter for our opening session is the one and the only Dr. the Honorable Alison Leacock, OR, Chairman, Barbados Broadcasting Authority. Please make her welcome.
Fabulous Master of Ceremonies, right? She set the tone. So, good morning to her, to the chairman, the executive director, and the commissioners, and the staff of the Broadcasting Commission of Jamaica. Thank you for inviting me to this really special occasion, to the president of the ATSC, and to all of you as honored colleagues from across our Caribbean media family, all distinguished guests, all, good morning. 40 years is a long time to keep a promise. So let me begin by congratulating the Broadcasting Commission of Jamaica, not only on reaching this milestone, but on what it has spent 4 decades protecting. Because underneath every license you issued, every standard you enforced, every signal you kept honest, there was one quiet, fragile, priceless thing: trust. And I have come to Kingston, gladly, this morning, to tell you that trust is in intensive care. Around the world, just 40% of people say they trust the news. That figure has not moved in 3 years. It is not a dip, it's a flat line. And more than half of us, 58% globally, now say we're not even sure what is real and what is fake online. Hold that picture. A monitor at the bedside, and the line has gone flat. That is the patient we've gathered to attend. And whether that line stays flat or whether it becomes something that is moving back to a heartbeat, whether it climbs back into a heartbeat, depends a great deal on the people sitting in this room. Trust was the original product. For 40 years, this commission did something quietly radical. It made a signal trustworthy by default. In an age before the algorithm, a license meant accountability. A frequency meant a face you could name and a newsroom you could hold to account. When a Jamaican switched on the radio or the television, they weren't asking, is this real? They assumed it was. That assumption was the achievement. And it was never Jamaica alone. Our region built this together. I see some familiar faces from the CBU in the room. The Caribbean Broadcasting Union that was founded in 1970, headquartered in my own Barbados, has reached across more than 15 countries and millions of people in the Dutch, French, Spanish, and English Caribbean, weaving a single broadcast conversation out of scattered islands. That's the inheritance we are here to honor. A public square that for a generation you could believe in. Then came transformation. The audience left the building. The room where trust was decided has emptied. Our audiences didn't so much as abandon us, but really they drifted to where the current carried them, as the chairman mentioned: TikTok over television, influencers over newsrooms, chatbots over the search bar. Institutional journalism no longer owns the public square. It rents a corner of someone else's feed, governed by an algorithm it does not control and it cannot see. Cordell Green has named this danger for years, and he was right. Caribbean media now compete with global technology firms that are largely untaxed, that have no physical presence on our shores, that carry no obligation to tell a single Caribbean story. So there's no media pluralism. And they quietly capture our advertising as they go. The Media Institute of the Caribbean estimates that between 15 and 25% of regional advertising revenue is already diverted to platforms like Meta and Google. The playing field did not merely tilt. for small markets like ours, it began to disappear. And into that vacuum rushed something new. A couple of years ago, getting ahead of myself here, a couple of years ago, a single social media post claimed a COVID vaccine had caused a man in Trinidad to fall ill before his wedding. It was traced to no medical source. And yet, it traveled further and faster and lodged deeper in Caribbean households than any health ministry briefing that followed. We learned painfully that in our region, a rumor can outrun the truth before the truth has found its sandals. Last year, a fabricated press release dressed in official language announced that the Bahamas was withdrawing from CARICOM. It was a forgery, but it was plausible enough to raise eyebrows across the region, and credible voices warned that it may have been part of a deliberate campaign by external forces to corrode confidence in our institutions and in our unity. We should always be mindful of that. That is why, at the CARICOM Heads of Government meeting right here in Jamaica last July, my Prime Minister, Mia Motley, named the spread of fake news supercharged by the misuse of artificial intelligence as nothing less than a threat to the very survival of our democracies. When a chair of CARICOM calls disinformation an existential risk, we're no longer discussing a communications problem. We're discussing a sovereignty problem. And then there's what's coming next, the agentic turn. And here is what keeps me awake. We have lived through the era of artificial intelligence that answers. We're now entering the era of artificial intelligence that acts, what the world is calling agentic AI. So soon, a citizen isn't going to scroll a feed. Their AI assistant will read, rank, and decide for them, as the chairman's AI assistant does now, which news ever reaches our eyes. The agent becomes the audience. We'll no longer be courting viewers, we'll be courting the machines that gatekeep them. And an algorithm cannot be charmed by a logo or a familiar anchor's smile. It checks for proof. No proof, no credibility. Meanwhile, the cost of a convincing lie has collapsed to minutes of compute. Tracked deepfake incidents worldwide have leapt from roughly 500,000 in 2023 to 8 million in 2025. That is a 9-fold increase in just 2 years. Industry shifts are taking place. Deepfake fraud attempts hit identity verification systems at a rate of 1 every 5 minutes globally. Public figures now abuse the liar's dividend by claiming authentic investigative footage or recordings are simply AI-generated deepfakes to escape accountability. Analysts are now projecting that as much as 90% of online content could be synthetically generated. So picture it close to home. A cloned voice of a prime minister announcing an evacuation that is not happening in the middle of hurricane season, on islands where a false alarm costs lives. That's not science fiction. That is next year's newsroom emergency. So, what is our influence? Our influence has to be, and I want to suggest this, that the job of a Caribbean broadcasting regulator in this decade is no longer to be the censor of content. It is to become the guarantor of authenticity, the institution that can prove what is real. The good news is that the instrument already exists. Content credentials, which is the open standard that was built by Adobe, the BBC, Microsoft, and Intel, and now backed by more than 6,000 organizations, including Google, OpenAI, Meta, and Sony, attach a tamper-evident, cryptographically signed record to a piece of media at the very moment it is made. Who created it, when, with what tools, and whether AI was involved. It's a birth certificate for the truth. The principle is simple but profound. We need to stop chasing the fakes after the fact and start proving the real at the source. This signing is already shipping inside ordinary cameras and smartphones. And from August of this year, the European Union will require AI-generated content to be machine readable. The standard is arriving whether we plan for it or not. The only question, and I throw it out to all of us, is whether the Caribbean shapes it or simply inherits it. I say we have a chance to shape it. Imagine a regional standard of provenance for our public broadcasters. Caribbean content that is verifiable by default anywhere in the world. Imagine the CBU and our national authorities agreeing that a story carrying our credential can be trusted on site in Kingston, in Bridgetown, in Paramaribo, in the diaspora, in a living room in Brooklyn or Brixton. That is not a defensive crouch, that is an export. Trust made in the Caribbean. And let me leave the media in particular with the most encouraging vital sign of all. When people want to check whether something online is true, the first place they still go is a trusted news brand. Only about 9% turn to an AI chatbot to verify if something is a fact. The overwhelming majority still expect news made by humans to be more trustworthy than news made by machines. Do you understand what that means for our journalists and for all of us in this room? As synthetic content floods every feed, verified human judgment becomes the scarce and precious thing. The byline is becoming a mark of authenticity. The local reporter who knows the community, who can be held to account, who puts a name and a face to the work, that is not the legacy cost of the old model. That is the premium product of the new one. So how does this region restart a heart? I leave you with a diagnosis and no prescription. I can't do that, so I want to leave you with 4 things. First, adopt provenance by default. Make content credentials a standard for every public broadcaster and licensee, so Caribbean media is verifiable at source. Second, regulate the agent, not the airwave. Extend our public interest mandate to the recommender systems and the AI intermediaries that now decide what our citizens see. Third, invest in human premium. Fund local, investigative, human journalism and the media literacy of our young people as critical national infrastructure. Because in a region this vulnerable to disaster and to disinformation, it is exactly that. Fourth, lead as trust brokers. Let this commission and this region be the certifier of authenticity that bridges the divide rather than censor and polices it. Trust isn't dead. It is on life support, and we are the ones holding the paddles. Legacy gave us the trust. Transformation took the room. Influence is what we choose to do next by making the rail provable, the human valuable, and the Caribbean signal once again worthy of belief. 40 years ago, this commission made a promise that the signal could be trusted. Our task, Jamaica's, Barbados's, and the whole region's, is to make sure that for the next 40 years, it still can. Because, as Barbados's leading spoken word artist likes to say, Adrian Green, you're never too good to get better, nor too bad neither. Happy 40th anniversary, BCJ, and God bless our Caribbean.
Thank you so very much. So many nuggets, so many parts of her conversation and presentation that made us stop and think. Many of us might be working in the industry, so some stats might be familiar to us, but to really understand what the bigger picture looks like really forces us to ask ourselves, what's next? This is the reality, but how can we fix it? In fact, the Prime Minister, I know, would have loved to even hear these sessions, and he was in fact slated to speak on the program. However, he was called away on business abroad, but certainly I know that he will get the information, he will see the videos of what was discussed here. But thank you so very much. If I might though, it feels like it's a lot of responsibility to put on just media alone. I think households have a responsibility. I think we as citizens have a responsibility. And certainly we hope that even us in our households, we're telling our children and our mothers and our fathers to also confirm information before they share it. So this is something that we will all have to do, not just the media, but also citizens being held accountable also for mischief making. But thank you so very much for that. We appreciate your presence and your time. Now, our speaker, Dr. the Honorable Alison Leacock, ended her presentation with words from a spoken word. And here with us this morning, we have one of Jamaica's most prominent and respected contemporary dub poets, authors, and cultural advocates. He is an edutainer, taking social commentary and presenting it either in roots, rock, reggae, or even sometimes dancehall. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Yasso Safari in spoken word. Please make him welcome.
Grand rising. Good morning. You prefer that? What do you prefer? Grand rising? Grand rising? How are you doing? You look clean and bossy and nice. I love that. But we're here on the job. Now, when we're operating in a space whereby we are told that you either work in the box or outside of the box, except that we know that that is a lie. There is no box. And so we need public awareness to set the proper social and political architecture and set the proper tone where we can make informed choices and decisions that are socially responsible, where we can sacrifice the personal, individual impulses for the interests of the group, for nation building, and for the building of consensus through community consultation, so that we can have a mandate around which we can galvanize both in our families, in our communities, in our country, and in the international community. So I'm going to share a few poems speaking to these issues, and we don't want to con or scam the thing. So we want to congratulate the Broadcasting Commission of Jamaica on 40 years and still going strong. Let's hear it for them. Now, if the hunted ever tell the story of the hunter, and if the hunter ever tell the story of the hunted, then the hunted will be robbed of its honor and glory. So I and I have to cultivate and create our own narrative, tell our own story, preserve our dignity and integrity, and chart and create our own destiny. Now at the College of Arts, Science and Technology, I mix and match Rastafari philosophy with dub poetry. Only for disappoint my friends and family. And same time, my girlfriend Twiggy left me. Twiggy left you? Twiggy left me. So the summer holiday, we go home at St. Bess. I dig out my hand miggle. I skeng in a me wallaby. Me gun foot choices, Bokazan Tam. Bokazan Tam, Bokazan. So the neighbor them start say, but look, pan sister, they're a good boy doing. I wonder if people will be upon him. So when we walk up to Mama, Mama they say the same thing. But look, pan me good picky the boy doing. I wonder if I study race and turn him in an idiot. Tony, I can't cut off your locks and go look work. Really and truly, what you plan to do with yourself? I say, Mama, I plan to live off a dub poetry. Mama look at me and say, boy, you ever hear say poetry can't yam? Poetry can't yam. Poetry can't yam. I say, yes, Mama. I go show you say poetry can't yam. P, like papaya, pineapple and pumpkin, because you grow me as a real old country bumpkin. O, for orange. E, for eggplant, which you call garden egg. T, for tomatoes, tomato and tamarind. R, for radish, rose apple and raspberry. Y, for yam, like yellow yam, Vincent and Mozilla. Same time, my cousin ball out, and pum pum yam. In a me gun fruit choices, Bokazan, Bokazan, Bokazan. So, Mama, if you get downhearted, it's all right, don't worry. I and I still love you. So, Mama say, I and I. So, wait, I don't know what no. In a me gun fruit choices, Bokazan, 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 Tam. Poetry can, poetry can. Poetry can, nyam. Thank you. Now, am I allowed to ruffle some feathers? Oh, no, not sure. No, democracy is a reasonable ideal. However, it can be circumvented to support unilateralism while we're seeking multilateral solutions. So we have to be careful. And that is why the work of the BCJ is critically important, to take the proper tone, the proper texture as to how we disseminate information, how we create our social architecture for nation building. And so I'm going to speak to the subject of the democratic process briefly. So Johnny Nash, Jimmy Cliff and Garnet Silk say, I can see clearly. But even Uncle Stevie wonder how this pants and shirt world moves so blouse and skirt crazy. Armed, mad and giddy in a this Armageddon. Them say, I read, but them not ready. I word sound is power. Right from Jamaica, straight to Saudi Arabia, the Mecca for the petrodollar, where the blood of Ireland boil and the money get too bloody, the greed gets so thick that them think them slick, while corruption a dance on them face, caress them cheek, and kiss off all them bloody lip in a democratic dictatorship. Neuro-linguistic programming, psychological conditioning, geopolitical profiling, false menu them serving. I know them not pay for them food, yet them a tip. Them never hop, yet them hip. Blood money at the tip of the whip, and the devil is the captain of them sinking ship in a democratic dictatorship. Bloody police, gangsters, and soldiers disturbing the peace with the mark of the beast. And the bloody soldier never know ya. So them think say them soldier. So them sell them soul for silver and gold and blood money. And if them could, them would because them think them soldier. Servants and slaves of Bakramasa. Them armed to them teeth, but them still not ready. And as the pendulum swing. Watch it on social media. Tick, tock, goes the clock. And up to the lip, the cup slip. And it's pure blood a drip. And the people, them a ball, and the picnic, them a call, and the poor blood a drip. Drip, 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 drip. In this blood-sucking democratic dictatorship. The views expressed by Yasser Safari are not necessarily those of the Broadcasting Commission of Jamaica. Let that be abundantly clear. Now, we promote social responsibility and creativity in nation building, not just artistic creativity, but creativity in every aspect and facet of our national life. And so this poem, speaking to the 40th year of the existence of the Broadcasting Commission, with a very challenging and demanding work, and I think they have been doing a brilliant job. So this is a commission poem in salute to BCJ 40th anniversary. Broadcasting Commission of JA, 40 years and counting. Regulating, moderating the media-centric architecture of Jamaica. Out of one, we are many. One vocal light burn down the turn down evil plantation. African Caribbean redemption. Solar spark igniting, arresting the dark. Digital aesthetics, ordering, nurturing the audiovisual twin, inculcating attitudinal rhythm. Communication is a social breath of our beloved nation. Set my people free. Audiovisually cultivating, sowing conscious seed thoughts. Social responsibility, individually and collectively, is our social duty. Think and make it happen. In search to research thoughts into reality. Now is the time, so the time is now. Giving and forgiving, thought seeds impregnating our reality. Unification is the key to liberate, ignite, and elevate our mental state, orchestrating information, enlightening, bringing visions into reality. Monday to Sunday, working B from A to Z, melanated mind is an open book. I see clearly what you are saying, so let it be. Solar word soul is power. So here we are, eyewitnessing our ever-living reality. Onwards and upwards, forward ever, backward never, 40 years and still counting. Eyes telling, lips speaking of Jamaica, broadcast and commission, BCJ and a mission. And right now, it's 40 years and counting. Media's medium of developmental momentum. All on board, our true prosperity loading. I and I come forward, advancing to advance all humanity. Come, unity is the key, oneness into unity, as we eyes them unlock doors and portals of what was, is, and is to be. 40 years and counting. Salute, BCJ, 40 years and still counting. Thank you. Cardell, could you come forward, or someone have a gift for you? Lovely lady, you want to take it on his behalf? No, make him do it for himself. Right.
Could we get another round of applause for Yasser Safari, who made it very clear that his views are not the views of the BCJ.
So we're not giving you puss in a bag. This is what you're getting inside the bag.
Yes, sir.
And can you have this on me, please? And thank you very much for the wonderful work. Keep it up. I hope to see you at the 80th anniversary. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the inimitable
Yassos, Afari, Afari, Afari.
BCJ, 40 years and
Counting.
BCJ, 40 years and
Counting.
BCJ, 40 years and
Counting.
lovely lady.
Thank you so very much. Thank you. Let us hear it one more time for Yassos Afari. You know, while he was delivering, it's funny when he said, you know, I can tell you the things without ruffling the feathers. I said, as long as it is within the parameters of the BCJ. But hearing him speak is a reminder of what it is we protect, which is your democratic integrity, that we are able to express ourselves, that we're able to share social commentary, the good, the bad, and the ugly, in a manner that is creative, a manner that is understandable, but it's also in a manner that is done in a way that everybody can hear it and be respected by it. Thank you so very much, Yassos Afari. 40 years and counting, counting, counting. So in 40 more years, because Yassos Afari said he's going to come back for the 80th, that would make Cordell Green. All right. So we just had the printed poem handover by Yassos Afari and Cordell Green. And at this time, I'd just like to get a few photo ops if it isn't a problem. I'd like to welcome Professor Lloyd Waller and Dr. Alison Leacock for some photos. And we also want to thank our sponsors, Silver Spectrum Management Authority and Bronze Itinerary by Affinity. Thank you so very much for the support. Before we jump into our other sessions, we want to try to get these photo ops before we get into our speaker presentations, as well as panelists. I did not get a chance to say how fabulous you also look, the Honorable. So this is our chairman and Dr. Alison Leacock. Go right here. And look straight ahead for our photographers. And then I'm going to invite Mr. Cordell Green to kindly join them on stage. The group is going to get larger and larger. So we now have the chairman, we have the executive director, we have Dr. Alison Leacock. Thank you so very much. I'm going to ask the professor to stay, the executive director Cordell to stay. Thank you so very much, Dr. Leacock. And I'm going to invite Ms. Madeline Noland, ATSC president, to join us. Right. Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much. We know that as soon as we have our sessions, our panelists, people will disappear probably to get back to their work and other engagements. So we just wanted to make sure that we got that done. So we move into our next presentation, and this one is virtual. The topic is Civic Firewall. It will be presented by Mr. Craig Peru, Principal Investigator, DMIL, or Digital Media and Information Literacy in the media sector. Even though he's not here, kindly make him welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Especially acknowledge the Chairman of the Broadcasting Commission of Jamaica, Professor Lloyd Waller, Commissioners of the Broadcasting Commission of Jamaica, the Executive Director of the Broadcasting Commission, Mr. Cordell Boone, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Education, Skills, Youth and Information, Major Dr. Kasim Shroop, Chairman of the Barbados Broadcasting Authority, Dr. the Honorable President of ATSC, Ms. Madeline Nolan, the staff of the Broadcasting Commission, members of the media, and especially invited guests. I'm very honored to share with you this morning on this very special occasion some research that I've been doing at the behest of the Broadcasting Commission on the media sector. And this is the result of a nearly 3-year-long project that began in 2020 on digital media and information literacy. And that national policy framework was presented to the Office of the Prime Minister 2 summers ago. And we have now begun the pilot project of implementing this framework in the media sector. And I'm going to provide just a summary of some of the findings. To be very brief, the goal of this project is to identify how the Jamaican media sector can be upskilled to increase its viability and global competitiveness in the face of the current global technological and evolutionary pressures. And we've come up with a solution, which I'm not going to get into in this meeting, but hopefully I'll be able to discuss it with you all at a later point. The project used a neurosymbolic approach that is combining large language models as well as expert systems. And so one of the reasons we did that is because these same technologies are those which the media sector and the society more generally has to be adapting to. And I'm going to skip to very near the end to show you why this talk is titled The Civic Firewall. Because as we were doing the research, the starting proposition was that, well, Jamaican media is like the media sector all over the world, especially with our largest trading partners, the United States, where radio was invented, and the UK, where it took off just a few years later. And our media sector is closely entwined with the US and the UK, we thought, and to some extent with Canada. And those of you who know the history of media, Jamaican media, know this even better than I do. But the findings showed that that notion was not entirely true. In fact, Jamaican media function very differently in several important ways from the way the broadcast media, especially, but also newspaper, operates in the US and the UK and Canada. And to be very brief, I'll come back to this at the end, but I want to prime you with these points. So Jamaican media is tightly entwined with popular culture and our nation brand. It's critical to our identity in a way that it doesn't work, it doesn't have to play this role in the US or the UK. And it's also critical to our sovereign defense in a number of ways. All right, so having just primed you with that, let me tell you why this should matter to you, why I think this will be interesting to you. So we started out by looking at saying, well, this needs to be a very practical project. It's meant not to be a paper, but it's meant to affect the way that we go about upskilling our entire society, but beginning with the media sector, based on the methodology that we had developed and shared with the Office of the Prime Minister for the digitalization of our society. And so we looked at what about 120 to 130 Jamaican media practitioners, some of you are in the room, what you have said over the last 25 years or so about the media sector. And we did the same for the US, the UK, Canada, Australia, and a few of the other large countries that we share some commonalities with. And so that you know what I mean when I talk about media. We have traditional media, which we all know about, print, TV, radio, public broadcasting. But there's also new media, digital journalism, streaming, OTT, connected TV, which is where we're going with ATSC 3.0 in some ways, podcasting, social media, and so on. And then, of course, there's advertising and marketing. We couldn't leave this out because, of course, this is policy, media research, and academia. Now, so those are the entities that we're looking at. And then we wanted to say, okay, well, so what's happening? How do these entities relate to each other? And we see some disruption, and we've talked about this now for quite a while. But we have digital advertising and ad tech disrupting advertising creative strategy. And this is one of the reasons that we've had, so much money shifting away from our media firms. It's been bleeding, and going to the hyperscalers, really, the Amazon, Meta, and Google. But also streaming and OTT and CTV is disrupting broadcasting. Digital journalism is disrupting print. Social media is disrupting journalism. And podcasting is disrupting radio. There's also some evolution, radio evolving into podcasting, print evolving into digital journalism. And then I'll just skip down to the regulatory side. We have media policy and regulation is now governing traditional media, governing digital and new media, governing digital advertising and ad tech. And we have examples, for example, of Ofcom in the UK, the IMDA in Singapore, and so on. So this is taking place at different rates and in slightly different variations in different countries. So I said all of that to give you some background to the work that we've been doing. But I wanted to, having done that ontological work, in truth, it was preceded by a historiographical analysis, looking at how media has evolved over the years. And I promise you, I'm not going to bore you with the research details because we're interested in the practicalities, how it can be applied. But this is the most recent epoch. We're living through epoch 6 now. The rest of the world, the way they see what are the important things that are happening in this epoch. Just looking at TV, not we're going to leave out radio and newspaper for now, although there are some parallels. But they talk about streaming economics and rebundling. This is a big issue with 5 different sub-dimensions. Attention economics and advertising reallocation. We all know that Facebook and Google, Amazon and others have convinced a large number of firms that they're as effective, their banner ads are as effective as broadcast TV and radio. But it turns out that we now have very strong evidence, for example, from IPA, the huge database of US and UK ads, which show that this is just not so. And high-attention media environments continue to outperform low-attention environments. We have the news media structural crisis. In the US, the news desert dynamic is considered a market failure, which if it's a market failure, then it means that government has to intervene, or philanthropy. There have to be other ways. We can't simply rely on market forces. Then there's generative AI and production disruption. And I know many of the firms are now trying to deal with this, but AI adoption is outpacing audience trust. That's just one of the issues. And then the creator economy, which is perhaps something we're more familiar with, but this is a distinct proto-industry within the media sector. Now, the important thing, the critical part of this was, okay, so what is going on in Jamaica that's different from these places? Or is everything here simply maybe a few years ahead or a few years behind what is going on in the advanced economies? And it turns out we think Jamaican practitioners, you in the room, persons like Dr. Patrick Prendergast, Dr. Hickling Gordon, the CEOs of our firms, the marketers, you've said, well, you know, there are 10 distinct ways in which media, we think about Jamaican media that's different from how academics and practitioners in the US and the UK think about their media sector. One is that sovereignty and innovation sustain island broadcasting. Regional unity counters digital platform extraction. Creative industries yield sovereign economic value, and so on. There are 10 of these different ways in which we Jamaicans think our media sector function that is quite distinct from what you'd hear from an American media exec. And I hope to be able to discuss these with you at length at another time as part of the project that I mentioned earlier, the media sectors, the media skills upgrading project. But let's get down now to, let's talk about a few of the inferences I've been able to make from this. In general, we know that Jamaican media is tightly entwined with popular culture and with our nation brand. Unlike in, and I readily acknowledge that this is largely based on the scholarship of Dennis Howard, an eminent radio practitioner and academician. He's pointed out that unlike in the US and the UK, where the routes to market for popular music especially are very different from what we see here in Jamaica. In Jamaica, there are 3 different routes to market, and they frequently happen in parallel. So you don't go straight to you get a publishing contract. Instead, any new music can make its way through the dance hall, through a studio, or to radio first, or second or third. There's no surety about which one is going to get out first. And there are feedback loops between all of these 3. And that's just one example. And the nation brand, I mean, if you look up Jamaica, and we know the Jamaican person that is most recognized around the entire world is Bob Marley. And right in the top 5 along with Bob Marley is the singer of Give Me the Light, right? Sean Paul. And then, of course, we have Usain Bolt and Marcus Garvey and so on. But it is our culture, despite, you know, economists like to talk a lot about mining and tourism and so on. And those are great. Those are important. But Jamaica's competitive advantage globally remains our popular culture. And therefore, what is covered in the media, whether on radio or on TV, also impacts our nation brand very importantly. It has a huge impact on it, especially given that persons in the diaspora are consuming Jamaican media via those media channels. Also, Jamaican media is critical to identity, or as one of our practitioners has said in the past, smadification, which is not the kind of conversation that happens a lot in the US or the UK. But for us, Jamaican talk show radio, many of you I'm sure remember Agri Brown and other prominent talk show practitioners. Talk show radio has played a role in the Jamaican civic sphere in a way that it doesn't work, or it has not worked in the other markets that we like to talk about. And whether you take Faye Ellington's position, the doyen of the Queen's English on radio, and hers is a nuanced position, or that of our other practitioner who calls herself the bumpy head gal, whichever position you come down on, the fact is that these conversations take place in the media, not just in classrooms. And it is the media, it is through the media that these conversations are negotiated, and they have been critical to our formation of our national identity. And finally, like Yasu Safar, I hope that I'll be allowed to say some controversial things, but I will try to do so within limits. Media is a civic firewall for Jamaica, especially at this time, because it is critical to our sovereign defense. Propaganda has been a formal part of military doctrine in the Western world by some of the superpowers that you know very well, for at least since the 1990s. And it is something that our media sector is best placed to guard us against, to guard the entire population against. So we are fortunate in Jamaica that we enjoy a freedom of the press that many other countries which style themselves democracies do not enjoy. And we have to guard that freedom very jealously because it is the only way that we will be able to remain free as a people. The second is information disorder, and COVID-19 showed us very clearly what happens when there is information disorder. There were many messages, misinformation and disinformation passed via WhatsApp and some of these other digital channels. And we have all kinds of mischief that takes place on X or on Facebook and so on. And our prominent persons, whether they're politicians or CEOs, have to be guarded. They have to guard themselves against this, and the media is one way in which is one channel to protect our society against that kind of shredding. The third is mental colonization. It is our media who help us to know who we are, who help us to continue to form our identity, to continue to negotiate that identity among ourselves and remain Jamaican and not merely an appendage of this or that superpower. It is our media that help our school children to understand their role in this world. And finally, the fourth is, I want to talk a little bit about trust. We know that across the entire world, including in Jamaica, that there has been a breakdown in trust in institutions, trust in government, and trust in the media. But trust is something that we as a sector are very well primed to reclaim at this point, because our media firms have authority. Many of our firms have established brands that have been established over decades. And that authority rests on the exercise of particular processes and expertise. Now, this expertise is typically, both the process and expertise are learned in media schools, for example, CARMAC and NCU and our other media training institutes. We have these particular journalistic processes which distinguish social media creators typically, not all, from what we call journalism. And there is this expertise that's been built up over time, and that now includes knowing how to use modern digital technologies to ensure that we are not unwitting vectors of misinformation and disinformation. So the journalistic processes plus the expertise in your beat, in your society, in knowing your local audience, knowing your culture, together with the authority, the reputation that's built up over time, is what creates trust. And as media academics have pointed out, despite all the headwinds in terms of the digital technologies, the hyperscalers, and the evolutionary forces in terms of the social media economy that's happening, the fact is that we are well placed should we choose to look positively on how to use these same technologies, we are well placed to establish and maintain the trust that our audiences have had in us for decades. And in that way play the critical role that really no one else can, no other sector can, as the civic firewall for Jamaica and the Caribbean. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you.
Thank you so very much, Sir Craig. I was listening to him just kind of reinforcing what makes the media extremely important when it comes to civic firewall. I think what's also important is that even as we're speaking about digital transformation and digital implementation, it is extremely important that we do not overlook our citizens who still rely heavily on traditional media. There's still many areas, even within Jamaica, that are defined by our talk show, our radio hosts. For me, he mentioned a few earlier, and all I could think of was Mutty Perkins. I was raised on the ho, 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 ho. Once you heard that laugh, you knew it was the inimitable Mutty Perkins. And so, as much as we are speaking about transformation, may we not forget that the culture and the identity is still very much rooted in how we view traditional media. I will also say this, I just came from Barbados actually, and a conversation that was had is that many entities that are known for being credible in the space are beginning to act and talk like and sound like the others. So sometimes you see something come up on your social media and you're scrolling and you can't even tell whether this is media or is this just a citizen who is just posting at will. It is extremely important that we recognize that you still have to carry yourselves in a particular manner that we can't possibly confuse you from the rest of us. I want to thank Craig very much for his presentation, just for reiterating a lot of things about the media and why it continues to be extremely important. Another round of applause for Craig. At this time, we have a 10-minute coffee break. We do have, I believe, pastry and coffee in the back. When we return, we will continue with our conversations, and we will start with our panelists, and I think you're definitely going to like that one, media as critical infrastructure. So 10 minutes to mix, mingle, and of course, have your coffee. I'd like to also I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Dr. Kassan True, Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Education and Youth. Thank you so very much for being here. We're on a 10-minute break.
Being informed and connected is more important than ever. Within this rapidly evolving digital landscape, we must ensure that Jamaican citizens are positioned to take advantage of the technology and equipped with the safeguards to protect against the dangers, especially for our children and those most vulnerable. Introducing the Content Code, an internationally benchmarked tool that will replace the current Children's Code for programming. By following its guidelines, consumers and content providers can participate in protecting children from the negative impact of media violence, sexual content, and adult language across all platforms and media. Developed by the Broadcasting Commission of Jamaica in line with the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, the code addresses three main priorities for children: protection, provision, and participation. Imagine a scenario where you stumble upon inappropriate content without any warning or advisories. The risks are real. Violence, adult language, sexual content, exploitation, and discrimination are just a few examples of the dangers lurking behind your screens. This becomes more likely for all of us without the guidance and framework of a content code. It is essential for all Jamaicans, from young people to guardians and the elderly, to understand the code, as it helps to ensure a safer media experience for everyone, whether they're watching TV, listening to the radio, or consuming content online. The new code extends the traditional rating guide and emphasizes emerging safety issues of privacy, inclusion, immersion and persuasive technology, child sexual exploitation and abuse content, advertising to children, and more. The new component for inclusion emphasizes the role that everyone has to play in keeping Jamaica's children safe. The components of the content code are as follows. Accuracy must be maintained in provided content and free of intent to harm. Ads should be appropriate for the consumer's age, factual and reasonable. Notice should be given prior to sharing content with problematic sounds or images. Age-appropriate ratings should be applied when delivering content to children. Child sexual exploitation and abuse material must not be shared. Evidence should be reported when found from an identifiable source. Decency assessments should include violence, language, and sex ratings using the rating guide. Discriminating content that promotes hate or incites violence should be avoided or rated adult/not for transmission depending on format. All users should have access, receive information, and share it within the bounds of the law. Platforms/devices should make it easy for users to take breaks and know when persuasive design is embedded in tech. Language used in content sharing should be understandable and accurate. Parents and guardians should ensure their child's media use is healthy. Seek professional help if a media problem exists. Sensitivity must be taken regarding victims of crime/trauma in depictions. They must have input over how their images are used. Parents, guardians, and the general public should take into account the content code when considering how best to protect the most vulnerable persons under our care from harmful or inappropriate content. It is a practical guide in 1. Determining what is suitable for children, 2. Understanding the importance of parental guidance, and 3. Flagging and reporting inappropriate content. Media practitioners may use the content code in 1. Evaluating children's needs to produce content that is age appropriate. 2. Creating effective programming schedule to ensure that specific programs are transmitted to suitable audiences. 3. Assessing, rating, and measuring programs with problematic material to efficiently issue advisories before transmission. The content code will be key to a successful national transition to a digital economy. It encourages the smart use of technology, responsible consumption of content, and above all, protects us, our rights, and our future generations. We want to hear from you as we finalize the content code. Join with us as we move towards creating a safer, more inclusive digital landscape in Jamaica for everyone.
easily accessed, and opportunities are limitless. An age to think big, to innovate and lead. But beware, the digital space has its challenges. Manage your digital self carefully, because the consequences are real.
At least 10 incoming freshmen had their recent acceptance withdrawn after posting extremely offensive images and statements on a private Facebook group.
Stop and think before you broadcast and post messages. Before downloading third-party apps. Because your digital footprint follows.
For little people, it's a really big world. A big world to discover and explore. And because discoveries aren't always easy to understand, little people need help to make sense of the big world. So help them make sense of the world. When you CPG, do PG. The Broadcasting Commission, your partner for a new day.
General, why pray?
There, you know, free the look picture of terrorists.
Get it and delete it.
Why? You know like woman.
But the my sister get catch him with it, I don't want nobody share it, and everything forget shared.
Alright, me I take one last look and then delete it.
Give me the phone and delete it. Oh, last look. Come in, class time.
Make it a new day, yeah. Nah, click on your link for my liquor brother pre that slot bro, we no need that. And the next thing them type a song they are listening online, what kind of thing that some big man pose up on them profile and a put chat to a small child. Watch yourself on social media when you a post boxes, no do nothing too wild. What if your liquor brother send a post ya? What if your bro dead in a crime video ya? What if your little sister fi take a one pic and it a put up everywhere like it's a poster? Before me share the post the pic, I ask myself what if I nah comment, I nah go click me. Before me ask what if I nah comment, I nah go click me. Before me ask what if, so before you share the post the link, just ask yourself what if, yeah. When you're there online, make it a new day at the rhyme. Keep up with the time. Broadcasting Commission, I remind you.
Join my private room. Only $1,000 for a grand time.
That's not me. We never said that. But who going to believe me?
That is correct. $4,350,000. Yes, go ahead. $4 million? I never approved that.
Yes, me go doctor tomorrow. So me have to get the money today, no longer. Then no me face that. We never make no record or beg nobody no money.
Deepfakes are AI-generated images and videos made to look and sound like people we know and trust. They're used to spread misinformation, destroy reputations, and are used to commit fraud and scams. Don't fall victim to deepfakes. Protect yourself. For more information, visit broadcastingcommission.org or scan the QR code on screen.
PBCJ them set the scene. Sound so good and the picture pristine. More content, new features in.
So forward, make me show you the proof.
Station them a bring HD to your TV.
Yeah, for you, yeah, for me.
For real, higher image quality, interactivity.
Recommendations for your personality. New technology.
We never get the first, so we in the top 3. Oh, you mean? You can see straight TV screen. And the students check in. Never miss a lesson, cause the audio clean.
One listening.
Emergency messaging with geo-targeting. One any parish when the storm is coming.
More content for highlight we.
Future brighty.
I'm glad you agree.
PBCJ them set the scene. Sound so good and the picture pristine. More content, new features in.
So forward, make me show you the proof. Next Gen TV. Next Gen TV.
In today's fast-paced digital world, staying informed and connected is more important than ever. Within this rapidly evolving digital landscape, we must ensure that Jamaican citizens are positioned to take advantage of the technology and equipped with the safeguards to protect against the dangers, especially for our children and those most vulnerable. Introducing the Content Code, an internationally benchmarked tool that will replace the current Children's Code for programming. By following its guidelines, consumers and content providers can participate in protecting children from the negative impact of media violence, sexual content, and adult language across all platforms and media. Developed by the Broadcasting Commission of Jamaica in line with the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, the code addresses 3 main priorities for children: protection, provision, and participation. Imagine a scenario where you stumble upon inappropriate content without any warning or advisories. The risks are real. Violence, adult language, sexual content, exploitation, and discrimination are just a few examples of the dangers lurking behind your screens. This becomes more likely for all of us without the guidance and framework of a content code. It is essential for all Jamaicans, from young people to guardians and the elderly, to understand the code, as it helps to ensure a safer media experience for everyone, whether they're watching TV, listening to the radio, or consuming content online. The new code extends the traditional rating guide and emphasizes emerging safety issues of privacy, inclusion, immersion and persuasive technology, child sexual exploitation and abuse content, advertising to children, and more. The new component for inclusion emphasizes the role that everyone has to play in keeping Jamaica's children safe. The components of the content code are as follows. Accuracy must be maintained in provided content and free of intent to harm. Ads should be appropriate for the consumer's age, factual, and reasonable. Notice should be given prior to sharing content with problematic sounds or images. Age-appropriate ratings should be applied when delivering content to children. Child sexual exploitation and abuse material must not be shared. Evidence should be reported when found from an identifiable source. Decency assessments should include violence, language, and sex ratings using the rating guide. Discriminating content that promotes hate or incites violence should be avoided or rated adult/not for transmission depending on format. All users should have access, receive information, and share it within the bounds of the law. Platforms/devices should make it easy for users to take breaks and know when persuasive design is embedded in tech. Language used in content sharing should be understandable and accurate. Parents and guardians should ensure their child's media use is healthy. Seek professional help if a media problem exists. sensitivity must be taken regarding victims of crime/trauma in depictions. They must have input over how their images are used. Parents, guardians, and the general public should take into account the content code when considering how best to protect the most vulnerable persons under our care from harmful or inappropriate content. It is a practical guide in 1. Determining what is suitable for children, 2. Understanding the importance of parental guidance, and 3. Flagging and reporting inappropriate content. Media practitioners may use the content code in 1. Evaluating children's needs to produce content that is age appropriate. 2. Creating effective programming schedule to ensure that specific programs are transmitted to suitable audiences. 3. Assessing, rating, and measuring programs with problematic material to efficiently issue advisories before transmission. The content code will be key to a successful national transition to a digital economy. It encourages the smart use of technology, responsible consumption of content, and above all, protects us, our rights, and our future generations. We want to hear from you as we finalize the content code. Join with us as we move towards creating a safer, more inclusive digital landscape in Jamaica for everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, we do invite you to kindly take your seats so that we may resume with our very first panel. At this time, we're going to ask everyone to kindly take your seats so that we may resume our next session. Thank you. If you are interested in learning more about our speakers, our panelists, our moderators for this afternoon, there are QR codes located at your table, and that is where you will find the BCJ Digital Magazine. Thank you. All right. How are we feeling? How are we feeling? We're good? I didn't ask, and this was a very important question for me to have asked at the top of the program. Who's winning the World Cup? Who's winning the World Cup? Somebody said Spain? Somebody said France? Portugal? How come I don't hear anybody say like Curacao or something? I hear Ghana. Anybody else? The Brazilians. You guys sound a little bit hesitant. Oh, I'm sorry. Do we have any Brazil fans here? We all make mistakes. So we're gonna resume because we're not going to start with an argument about who is going to win. But before we continue, can I just say thank you to all of the commissioners within the BCJ for the hard work, dedication, and commitment day in and day out. Thank you for your service. So we are going to dive into our very first panel discussion, and the topic is looking at media as critical infrastructure, especially during what we call disasters or crises. We have a fantastic panel that we have put together, and I'm going to invite them to the stage. One of our panelists is virtual. We welcome to the stage Mr. Travel Mullings, Manager Acting Intermediary Relationships, Development Bank of Jamaica. Please make him welcome. Man, come out looking like a stepping razor, I see. Joining him, Dr. Patrick Pendergast, Director, CARIMAC. We certainly hope that that is coffee or tea in that cup. Joining them on the stage, Dr. Claire Grant, Managing Director, Fair Media Consultancy Limited. My former executive senior manager, good to see you. We have Mr. Patrick Williams, CEO, More FM. He's joining us virtually. I saw that when I asked who are Brazilian fans, I saw him putting up his hands. He was right there on screen. And the person who has been given the task of moderating this panel discussion is Dr. Paul Hector, Advisor for Communication and Information, UNESCO. Sir Paul, over to you.
Good morning, everyone. It's really a pleasure to be here with you to talk about media as a critical infrastructure. Maybe just to set the stage for us, you know, what do we mean? What do we talk about? What do we mean when we talk about critical infrastructure? And very simply, these are the systems, these are the assets, facilities, networks, and services that are truly essential to the functioning, the safety, and security of any society. So, with that behind us, I'm really pleased to be here, and let me just extend greetings from my director, Mr. Eric Fault, Regional Director in the Regional Office of UNESCO for the Caribbean, who would have loved to be here, but unfortunately had another event. He sends his wholehearted support and greetings to the BCJ. The BCJ, as you would know, has been a very stalwart partner and supporter of UNESCO. We've done many great things on many fronts, media, in AI, and so forth. Now, let's talk about Hurricane Melissa. This is something which is still very fresh in all of our minds. And Hurricane Melissa, it was not just a meteorological event. It was truly a communication and information stress test. It tested our media houses. It tested our transmission systems. It tested the electricity and communication networks. It tested our newsroom flows. It tested community information channels. And ultimately, it tested public trust. Now, the evidence gathered by the Broadcasting Commission and UNESCO in a rapid response disaster needs assessment right after Hurricane Melissa revealed the scale and scope of this stress. We saw that approximately 67% of media operators were only able to partially operate. We saw about 1 in 5 becoming non-operational. Some newsrooms, they actually lost contact with the fields that were out in the field monitoring the event. In some cases, no news for 24 hours, some even longer, up to 72 hours. And we saw media personnel, 112 of them, unable to continue to work because of injuries, closure of their organizations, damage to their properties. And these are not just simply statistics about the media sector and about this industry. They actually describe key interruptions in the flow of potentially life-saving information. Because during a disaster, people need to know where is the danger, where are the shelters, which are the shelters which are open, which roads are passable, is the water safe, where can I get assistance, and the many rumors, how do I know which ones are correct? And of course, when trusted information cannot reach people, or when communities who are affected cannot communicate their needs, the entire humanitarian response is weakened. And as we have seen in this research, the study that's coming out of it, we see 4 very connected lenses. First, the media has a role as a public lifeline. Of course, this means that the media serves as a key channel for sharing warnings, for sharing safety information, for telling the public about how they can recover. Secondly, we see that media itself is impacted by the events. So media itself becomes a vulnerable infrastructure. Transmission, of course, is dependent on towers. When the towers go down, the channel is interrupted. When electricity goes down, when there's no fuel for the generators, when skilled persons are not able to access these sites or to broadcast, we see media is vulnerable. Media is also a trusted infrastructure, and that is because people require not only timely information, but they also need information that they can believe in. They need information that they can understand, that comes to them in a language, in a context that they understand. Imagine if you are a hearing impaired person. How do you receive this information? And finally, media as an investment priority. All of these things I've described, resilience against them has a cost. And actually the real choice is, when do we pay this cost? Do we pay before the event, or do we wait until after, trying to recover when the cost is inevitably much higher? And so, really the most urgent question that we have to settle here today is, what does it take? What does it take to keep the public information chain functioning when the systems on which it depends normally are failing? And the answer to that lies, of course, in the domain of policy, but also very much in capacity building, as well as in new operational roles, functions, and modes. And so we need to really ask ourselves some very serious questions. Are the media and the broadcast infrastructure that we have adequately reflected in the national disaster legislation, in the national planning and decision-making processes? Is that the case? Do we have already protocols for ensuring that we have priority access to transmitter sites, to fuel, to electricity restoration? Is the media on the priority list of JPS? And also, I talked about the importance of paying that cost before. Do media organizations have tested preparedness plans in place? Have they tried them? What resources have they allocated to protect their workers? Personal protective equipment, do they have this? Has that investment been made? We also have a number of other actors who are part of this broadcast and information sharing and communication network. And here I talk about community media, amateur radio. We also have disability organizations. We have networks at the local level. We have churches, volunteers. Are they adequately integrated into this national disaster preparedness and response architecture? And at the end of the day, the test as to whether these systems work, it's not just whether information is transmitted, but it's really whether has every affected person, including those without electricity, without internet access, without conventional means of receiving information, have they had access to the information that they need in time, in a way that they can understand, in a way that they can trust and respond? And of course, talking about trust, we need to talk about information integrity. Disasters create information voids, and those voids create spaces for misinformation and disinformation. And that is where verification, for example, trusted journalism, accessible communications, information literacy initiatives that we just heard about, initiatives such as Truth Yard, this is where they really shine. We really appreciate their importance. And that is why they must be treated as elements of national resilience. Now, our aim this morning is a very practical one. We really want to identify and share with you some of what Hurricane Melissa revealed. Look at what it showed us. What were the things that worked? What failed and why? What are the things that we need to strengthen? And what do we need to put in place before the next big one, whatever that may be? And so, with the help of my panelists, we'll be trying to answer three very simple questions. One, what is it that must change? Who must lead this change? And given the time that we have before us, as you know, June 1 was the start of the hurricane season. So we're right in the thick of things. What can we achieve in the immediate and short term? And what are the other things that we need to look at for longer term planning preparation to make sure that we're more resilient? And also, we're not alone. We're part of the Caribbean. How can we make sure that all learnings are also transmitted to those others? And I have, as you know, a great panel here to help discuss all of this. First, everyone will be making sort of presentations from their various sectors, and then we'll have a bit more of an interaction. So I now call on Dr. Claire Grant, and from her vantage point as the consultant who led the follow-up to the work, the research on the post-Melissa impacts of media, she will be talking about the communication chain, where it came under pressure, what we saw, what were the surprises, what did we learn?
Okay, thanks, Dr. Hector. The first and most important thing is just the issue of communication and information and the importance of this in life in general, but in particular during moments of a disaster. It's what's going to make things work or not work. And I might underscore by saying that if we think of everything in the entire world, personal issues, country issues, work issues, the problem is normally communication. It either hasn't happened, or it has been misunderstood, or a lie has been told, or somebody doesn't trust what they've heard. So underscoring that communication is critical to any area, and most importantly during the terms of disasters. So when we were taking a look at what happened post Hurricane Melissa, we kind of carved up the media experience into three areas: their readiness for coverage, their actual experience during coverage, and then importantly, how they were able to get what they had covered to audiences. In other words, audiences' ability to connect. And within that, we came up with a number of what we would describe as bottlenecks during the process. I just want to identify here in this first stage the things that struck me most that we do need to take a look at, and some of these are coming out of the post-disaster needs assessment survey that was done, spearheaded by the BCJ, and we were able to build on that. The most critical issue, and the word critical comes up again, because the broadcast infrastructure, the broadcast industry, is it recognized as a critical part of the nation? And it required an analysis about what actually happened for us to answer that question. Why? Jamaica does have a Disaster Risk Management Act, 2015. It's very complete in terms of what it wants to do and how it is going to perform during an emergency event. And that is also bolstered by another very important document, a comprehensive disaster and risk management policy and strategy spanning 2020 to 2040. Fantastic documents covering everything. But then what actually happened during the hurricane establishes that there is a difference between what we want to happen and how we expect it to happen. And this is primarily because the broadcast infrastructure, media, is not recognized as a critical part of the infrastructure during an emergency event or any other event. And so I would like to put that on the table, that is something that must be addressed. What do we see as a critical problem? On the side, I think, of the administration and the framers of the Risk Management Act, they are very clear on what they want the broadcast media to do in the event of an emergency. However, I think there is a gap because it's not appreciated that the media itself will have been affected by this event and therefore needs to be treated in much the same way you would treat your public electricity supply or your telecoms, in terms of making sure that they remain able to deliver what you would like them to do as a broadcaster. Critical that we think needs to be done is that there should be, at this stage, a mapping exercise that establishes where broadcast sites are, towers are in relation to the JPS, in relation to the telecoms. That does not currently exist, and that is something that we think probably really needs to be done. Second thing that came up that I thought was a little scary, having worked in media myself as a reporter, but what you got back was that there was a fair amount of weakness from the reporters who had not experienced a disaster of this magnitude ever before. We take a lot for granted. In 1988, when there was Gilbert, which is our point of reference, I wasn't even in the newsroom. So I realized that it probably made sense that that reporters in the newsroom would not have had that experience. And what that meant is that there was a psychosocial impact on them. There was reports of people coming back shell-shocked, crying, not understanding what it meant to cover an event of that nature. And what that means is that we do have to strengthen training. I have Dr. Pendergrass here as one of the media entities for teaching. The other thing that was striking, and this one is very important, technology is changing. There's a lot of things that are there now that weren't there before. And there is a reliance on modern technology to deliver certain things for the broadcasters. And we put aside other types of technology that probably would have been more resilient during that period. Modern technology in terms of the telecoms failed in that scenario. They are going to be putting in things to strengthen, but the research all over the world tells you that you are going to have a failure of the telecoms. And therefore, all the technology, such as handheld radios, ham radio operators, are very important. I also think that the issue with the deaf is something that we have to look at. It's a very small community. They're not going to hear anything. How do we make sure that there is a broadcast opportunity for them? Misinformation, disinformation is one of the world's greatest risks. It was brought up this morning during the issue of conversation around trust. I would just like to remind Dr. Leacock that Rihanna is a Jamaican, right? It is actually the ultimate example of what can happen with misinformation and disinformation. If you actually search about Rihanna now, you will see posts telling you that she went to a school in Jamaica and and pictures of her. Truth Yard was launched, and that was something that actually established how serious it is and how you have to be ahead of that wave of misinformation and disinformation. Finally, and I probably think the most critical, is that what the Hurricane Melissa uncovered is how an event like that could shut down a media house because of what is required outside of the actual damage that would happen. If the media house is going to remain on air, fuel generators, in this case, in some instances, fueling generators for 3 months. It's millions of dollars, and their ability to maintain that is very challenging, and in some cases, it will put a media house out of business. Those are the most critical things that I would have brought notice during the study.
Thank you very much, Claire. Yes, again, all really key points. And what you said about the broadcasters, it really reminds me about that trip that I made shortly after Hurricane Melissa, along with yourself, Cordell Green, and several others, where we actually went to the field and we had the opportunity to see firsthand the impact that Melissa had on the media sector and, of course, on the communities on the whole island. And we have here with us Patrick Williams, and I'd like you to tell us, I think when I got there, you had just gotten back on air. And you experienced this, not in a study, in real time, actually. You saw what happened, you had to improvise, and I'd like you to tell us, from your perspective, in just about 3 minutes or so, what did Melissa demand from you that perhaps no planning may have prepared you for? Patrick, over to you.
Good morning, everyone. And thank you very much for inviting me. What Melissa does for us is things that we did not prepare for. We did not prepare for a long outage from our main power suppliers, the JPSCO, for months. So what we did, we really have to improvise and get going. First of all, when I just got on here, we make our way to the site. That was the first thing, to check on the equipment, the links, and ensure that everything was still intact. Antenna was up, cables were in order, and signal was reaching the site. Antennas are in tune, and then we went to ensure that we have fuel at the site, which I have to give thanks to the JCF, because the site which I use is owned by the JCF, so we were able to be on here all throughout. If not, we would be off here for a long time. At our base, I have to improvise by using my car with an inverter to run the station for quite a few times till we were able to get our generator at the base up, because that generator went down a day before the hurricane, and we could not get parts for it during, so we have to wait until a couple of days after when we were able to get that generator up and running. So yes, that was some of the things that we didn't prepare for in terms of outage and also communication from our providers such as Flow, Digicel. They were out for quite a while. Most of their sites does not back up because person may steal their batteries from those sites, so they were not able to operate in many areas. So that was one of the things that really hampered us, but we were able to get back up within a couple of days, within I think about a week after. We were able to get back on here and have our listeners the information that they were longing for, because there are a lot of stations in the west were out, a lot of sites were damaged, and Not saying that the sites are not serviced, they are serviced properly, but we did not expect that that great wind, the speed of the wind and the damage that was done. We did not really prepare for that.
Thank you very much. So I suppose some of the unexpected things were theft of batteries at some of the sites. So again, it points to the need for maybe greater security.
I didn't hear that question, Mr. Hector. I'm not hearing anything at all coming back.
No, I was saying you shared that experience of, again, damage greater than you had anticipated, and also, of course, the additional challenge of the transmission sites, people having stolen batteries which have provided backup. So again, something that we need to think about in terms of the security of this media infrastructure.
Yes.
Yeah.
And also, police were also stealing from sites as well. They were stealing fuel from most of the sites because they were out in darkness, and they also want to provide electricity for themselves. So they go where they know the electricity, where they know the oil are, and they will stole it for their purposes. IRFM lose thousands of dollars in fuel at a site in Westmoreland. It's the same.
So I think one of the things that we are increasingly hearing is, of course, that the Caribbean, we are one of the most disaster-prone, if not the most disaster-prone region in the world. And so that means then that we need to think about this within our education system, within our journalism systems, our training, because all journalists are going to be tested in many ways in which perhaps the classroom is not yet preparing them. And we have here Dr. Prendergast to tell us a bit about, what's needed and perhaps, what they're doing in this area.
I mean, there are a few points that I would love to raise, really. I think the important point Patrick made there just now speaks to something that I will always want to come back to, is the value of building relationships in the community that will actually help when you become, in a sense, disconnected. And we have to realize that, in a way, this is about life. This is about survival. This is about receiving the kind of information, critical information that would, keep life going. I think even though this conversation around media as critical infrastructure would have probably been forced upon us by Melissa, I think we have to move forward knowing that we would have become even more informed, more aware, more prepared for what will come. Because, I mean, the climate scientists have been warning us for some time that, things will get a little bit more intense, a little bit more dangerous. So we have to also consider that in building capacity, because the whole thing about it is that information and critical information, valid, credible information is part of that infrastructure that we're saying need to be recognized. So that in a sense, I mean, access to reliable disaster information as an element of, probably we have to see it as one of those rights to life, to health, to survival. And the way we treat with how people receive that, with how people, deliver that, receive it, it's very critical. So when we're looking at what we do in terms of training and education, we have to be mindful that this is not just about providing warnings. This is not just about declaring mandates. This is not just about instruction, but providing guidance in a way that will really, help people make those kinds of life-changing decisions. So the quality of the information matters. I mean, we will never be able to have a conversation about the role of media, how information and communication is treated without speaking to the issue of trust. It's a major part of our relationships thrive. And of course, in that mix, it means, therefore, that integrity matters. And training and education, therefore, would be about guaranteeing, ensuring that there is some kind of development and application of certain skills and competencies that will help people to in a sense, feel some sense of confidence in what it is that they're getting, the trustworthiness, the understanding, the adaptability. If we don't, I think, if we don't participate in a process that allow those who are learning, not just in terms of having a history, but understanding what it means to adapt, to be agile, to respond to the situation you're in, we're going to be in serious problem. I think that is one of the reasons why, you know, when UNESCO and the BCJ rolled out the Truth Yard as a verification platform, we were happy to be part of that, because we realized that, in a sense, part of ensuring that our journalists, our media workers are understanding that they're in the business of building resilient systems, in as much as the health sector is, that they have to come to terms with what it takes to ensure that the information that is out there makes sense. That, I mean, everybody talk about misinformation and disinformation. The truth is, what you want to do is ensure truth. You want to ensure that fact is actually reaching the people. Even in this AI-generated world, yes, we have to be considering that. But I think the other piece that I would really love us to always bear in mind is that the technologies will always be changing. And if we don't see the real value in, put another way, the way I said to somebody this morning, the technologies, we can't approach the new technologies as just a threat and to everything that we're doing. We need to be able to get to the point where everybody, those who are being trained to move forward, those who are receiving the information, that they have a good understanding of what these technologies are and the appropriate ways to use them to the benefit of our society. So I think, in a sense, we also have to look at media and information literacy right across the board. I think those are the points I would want to make in terms of how we look to the lessons coming out of this experience, and how we build resilient information systems as we go on.
No, I really love what you said about Truth Yard, where, for example, as part of the response to Hurricane Melissa, students at Carimac had an opportunity to really be involved in these will move the learning and teaching. We can already start preparing, exposing. That will be really important. Now, of course, all of this has a cost. And, you know, being prepared before, putting things in place, you know, backup power, the security to make sure that the batteries don't get stolen. And we know that many media houses are grappling with challenging financial realities. How do they build this resilience? And you know, as part of Jamaica's sustainable development, you know, how do we fund this? And Travel, maybe you can tell us, you know.
Thank you so much, and good morning to everyone here today. So I'm from the Development Bank of Jamaica, and just as a background, Development Bank of Jamaica is an agency of government that falls under the Ministry of Economic Growth and Infrastructure Development, right? And so our mandate spans being able to ensure efficient and effective deployment of capital across key sectors that drive economic growth, or not just drive economic growth, but allowing these entities to become sustainable. And so we do that through a number of instruments, whether it is debt financing, We have also seeded some equity groups as well as some venture capital groups, private capital groups as well. So there are ways to access capital so that you can actually thrive and grow. We have also been able to support through credit guarantees, which you'll hear me talk about more in this session today. So the DBJ also boasts what we call a characteristic rating, a rating that ranks us currently just below the CDB, which means that we are leading in the Caribbean, which allows us to crowd in low-cost funding so that you can access for, whether it's for resiliency purposes. Now, where the Melissa is concerned, the Development Bank of Jamaica was able to put out in the public a framework that would address some of the critical issues across sectors, across business units, and that we call the M5 Business Recovery Program. And what that does is actually it's a framework that allows us to use certain levers to allow capital to flow in an effective way. And so we see media as a critical component to the whole infrastructure because of a truth. If a government is unable to communicate before, during, and after any climate-related activity, then there is a slower space to recovery. And so that is critical to how we are able to operate. So the Development Bank of Jamaica is there to ensure the deployment of capital that you can actually scale the operation, grow, and build in resilience. I must say, just for this opening session, to say that we have also embraced a proactive approach to resilience. So Jamaicans are mostly accustomed to a reactive approach to resilience. Something happened, then we put something in place to get you back on track. Now we have what is called a proactive approach. So currently we are running a program that seeks to energy resilience. And so whereas persons are currently reeling from the high cost of energy to run their operations, some persons weren't able to operate during or after the hurricane because there is no power. And power is out for a very long time, and maybe some of us in Kingston were able to get through to stuff while those in St. Elizabeth are still struggling. So we are able to provide capital for energy resilience, whether it's your PV systems, your battery storage, to include security measures as well, or whatever sort of a renewable energy solution that is required to fuel the operation, lower the operational costs so that you can become more sustainable and build in resilience within your operations. So the Development Bank of Jamaica is here to provide that capital, provide that support so that you can ensure that you remain resilient. We operate through over 30 financial institutions in Jamaica. You can contact us directly where we'll be able to provide that kind of handhold guidance. I must also say, whereas there is an appetite for capital in a specific format, the DBJ is not opposed to having conversation on a high level to see how best we can create a best-in-class solution for entities such as the media fraternity. So we look forward to how we can provide support to you.
So thank you very much. I think you've heard from various sectors different needs which have emerged during the post-Melissa experience. And in the same way that we talk about needing a village to raise a child, in the same way, if we want to build a more resilient and ensure that media becomes one of our key, it's recognized as our critical infrastructure, we have to draw on the various components that contribute to it. And so what we're going to do now in this section is we're going to have some questions, but then people can also jump in from their own perspectives to share, exchange, critique, add different viewpoints. And we're going to start with Claire. And Claire, you spoke a lot about the research. And we found a gap between the duties that have been assigned to broadcasters in the Disaster Risk Management Act 2015, updated in 2021, and what the disaster planners have envisioned and what the media operators can actually do. And what precise policy or administrative actions are needed to sort of remove, reduce, address that gap?
Well, I think the clear thing that was there, as I said, the Act and the further strategy policy document, well written, covers all the bases, but the broadcasters are actually not at the table. Sure. They are not. There is a list, a steering committee that is supposed to, be looking at the disaster and planning for it. The broadcasters are not there, right? The BCJ is there, but the BCJ is not the active the entity that's on the ground. So that needs to be addressed. When the broadcaster is there, there will be a better understanding of what is required for the broadcaster to function in the lead up to the event, during the event, and more significantly after the event. I think what Melissa has also taught us is the issue of viability is a real thing. For the broadcaster, you are also at that immediate point affecting revenues. There's no more advertising that will happen or comes to the brand during that period. So when you think about how you're going to recover from it, you're going to get loans, you're going to pay them back. You don't actually get a return to normalcy until months after. One of the big costs for the broadcaster is keeping those transmitters up. They have to be fueled. There has to be some mechanism, if you understand that this is a critical infrastructure, to assist in the funding of fueling these transmitters. That is, as I said, if it's 1 week, but if you're going into 3 months, it is millions, right? I think the other thing that was clear is going into the last part of the phases, which is connecting audience to information. We have to think about resilient devices so that audiences can actually receive the information. So many people are going to be out of electricity. Well, they need to have a device that doesn't need to be plugged in all the time. We do know that there are solar powered devices, there are solar powered radios that come with a flashlight and even a charging port for cell phones, but you need to think about that. What I didn't speak about before, though, Patrick Williams was on, radio is super central to this resilience plan. In the immediate aftermath of the event, phone is going to go. It's a given. Television is also going to go. We'll come back to why television does remain important, though. But radio will more than likely be up and people will be able to get it. For those of us in the room that do remember Gilbert 1988, a different technological time, but we will all remember Doreen Samuel's voice was with us right throughout that period. You felt comforted, you felt as if everything was going to be all right, and it was a very important thing for the mindset of the population at the time. So the issue of radio, and this is supported across the world by the ITU, radio is a critical part of the resilience component of managing the post-disaster event. I also would think that we would want to take a look at how, and this has come up recently, just thinking through what's the difference between how critical emergency and broadcasters are viewed in developed states versus small island developing states. And I think size is important, and we have to have a, what do they call it, a come to Jesus talk with ourselves around where are our fears around the media during the event, and recognize the significance and the importance of that platform to be able to say, well, those fears are probably not something that should be a part of our concern, that where media is going to be at that point. If we don't address that conversation in our minds, then we're going to have this challenge. Because media has to be at the table, and you have to appreciate that, yes, they do news, And every now and then the news story might not be what you would like it to be, but more significantly, they're able to let the populations know, don't drink water here, it might result in you getting some sort of illness. Don't go to these areas because the landslides and stuff, that has to happen. It's all in the same package. And so that issue of trust between the organizations now, I think, becomes central. We have to recognize it, acknowledge it that it's a challenge, and sit down and work it through.
Please, go ahead.
Yeah, I think you raised some very valid points, and I think it brings out how we have been able, from a financing perspective, provide support to entities, and which would include media enterprise in terms of viability. Now, built within our M5 framework is it's not just a plain loan, but let's say a moratorium period, not just on principal, but also on interest. Because we know that the time to recover can take well over 1, 2, 3, 4 months, sometimes 6, maybe, depending on if the capital don't come in, you might not be fully up until years after. So we built that within the framework where entities are able to actually access that sort of a break on payments that allows them to re-engage and get back their customers and get their, The other thing is that where funding is concerned outside of grants, there is a challenge of collateral. And when we look at, those who are operating in the media space, the balance sheet does not support, let's say, traditional collateral that is commercially viable. You find now that the DBJ plugs that gap with what is called a credit enhancement facility. So you come to the bank, let's say for 20 million. DBJ is saying, hey, I will collateralize up to 80% of that so that you can access the money. So with the Melissa wiping through the Western Jamaica, some collateral are pretty much now non-existent. And that's where the support for that comes in terms of moratorium, giving you a break on principal and interest, and also stepping up to the collateral to sort of a de-risking the credit so you can also access the credit. We do get some grant support from time to time. It's good that I saw actually one of my grantees here this morning in this space, but we do get it, and when that happens, it allows you to bring the cost of capital down so you can actually grow.
I think a big part of it really has to do with it's a proactive ways in which we have to take on these challenges. That's one. I mean, so a lot of this, I mean, even though we say we're being proactive, a lot of it is reactive. But I think a big part of the challenge is even about recognizing the value of the media systems, wherever level they are. No, I'm a strong advocate for developing these systems at the community level, because very often that's where we have the largest and greatest impact. And when I say communities now, I mean right across the country, not just those that are marooned, but there is a way in which we still operate in a world where people feel as though they must be in charge and in control of the way information gets out. So if we reorient ourselves towards saying, there is a point at which we have to think about funding, we have to think about budget, we have to think about the cost. But there is also, there in moments of crisis, in moments such as we saw with Melissa, there are times when the most important thing ought to be, what is the value of the information that we're sharing to make people actually feel safe, remain healthy, feel secure, right? What's the quality of that information? So it's not about who is in control of the information. And so in planning, therefore, we have to place information sharing and communication in its truest sense as a priority, not as a way of getting by.
So what I'm hearing then is that you talked about collateralization And we're hearing that media also offers non-financial types of value relevant to communities which are not on the traditional, let's say, profit and loss balance sheet. So I think that points to a need for models that sort of address those types of intangibles. What I'd like to do is, we have someone who's been on the ground, you know, really touching and interfacing with those types of issues. So I want to call Mr. Patrick Williams in. You work very closely with communities. You would see all of these issues around costs that we've been talking about. Maybe let's hear your thoughts on those, please.
Thank you very much. Currently there's 10 community radio stations in Jamaica operating right now. And for the community level, we operate at a loss because we don't gain from serving what we do in communities. For example, like the traditional radio stations, they go for profits. But for community radio, we go for information, entertainment, educate, sharing our culture from wide and within the communities. So we are currently, with our situation, we are basically strapped for cash. Because if we don't have like a good donor or support the team to or somebody who say, listen, I love what you guys are doing and I want to give you guys maybe a 50,000 or 20,000 to continue the operations that you're doing. We would basically be at in the wonderland, wondering what next for community radio. So we have to be creative in all that we do. And as we said, we do it not because of profit, but because of keeping our communities and our wider listenership informed to give them the correct information. And even sometimes thanks for Truth Yard, right? We give thanks to Truth Yard and also PBCJ, because those are some of the entities that we piggyback on to get proper information to know that what we are sharing to our listeners is indeed correct and not like for some persons who are sharing false information. And for community radios, with our personnel that we have within our operating with us, like our team members, we have to ensure that our team members are properly trained and not go for the hearsay, like they see something on social media and run and 1 year with it. And we have to ensure that, hey, listen, before you do that, make sure we check out the sources to ensure that it is relevant, because we don't want to mislead anyone. So we have to do more research. And it is rough on us, but give God thanks. We're able to do what we are doing. As I said again, community radio is the heartbeat of the culture. And we think that persons need to spend more time to ensure that the support system is in place for community radio. Maybe the government need to look at a joint venture by maybe said joining community radios with their public information system. Set up a system where community radios are in their mailing system, because a lot of community radio stations are not in the government mailing system. Like, for example, ODPM or JIS or any of these entities. They are not in it. So we were looking, and for disaster again, I would love to see the disaster preparedness management put their on the radio base at all, not just community radio station, but all media houses across the island, that we can get first-hand information from them.
Mr. Williams,
in disaster, just like what they will share with the fire.
Mr. Williams, I'm so
I'm
sorry,
not hearing you, Mr.
but I see from the clock that we really don't have that much time left. And so at this point, I'm just going to ask each of our presenters just to leave with us one key thought that our audience, the decision makers here, need to take away with them.
Yeah, I think it's important to understand that when these events happen, we are telling our story. Melissa told us a lot about how other people tell our story, and also how long it's important for them to tell the story, which is why I came back and said I'd come back to TV. Even although TV might not be on air in Jamaica during Melissa, it was on air for people who are outside. The diaspora audiences needed to know. Also, other people also needed to know what was really happening. And so it's critical that it is understood. It's important to keep these up. I also would like to point out that the issue of insurance is one that needs to be addressed. It is all about being proactive, and this is something that I believe a broader concern around. How do we ensure these physical components of the infrastructure so that if they do get affected, we've established that guide wire towers are not really susceptible, are going to be susceptible to the type of winds we had. But we need to replace them. I do know there's one operator that lost towers in Beryl 2024, and they lost those towers again in 2025. So the insurance issue is one that needs a bigger plan. DBJ, if there is even a thinking around, how do you ensure that a lot of the smaller players are able to insure their equipment?
I will just use my 30 seconds to make one call, really. The BCJ has been for some time doing media and information literacy in the high schools, in the primary schools. I think we need to strengthen that. We need to find a way to bring stronger support to that so that right across our society, we will have a much more critical and reflexive response to what it is that we're consuming. Certainly, so just to strengthen and broaden the media and information literacy projects, programs, policy.
And within media programs as well.
Oh, definitely, it's part of it.
Yes, yes. Mr. Williams,
yeah,
30 seconds.
We would love to see a more stronger bond with the entities like community radio stations and the government-owned PBCJ, for me.
All right.
All right, so for my 30 seconds, I just want to say that DBJ is here to support you in your scaling opportunity and in your resilience rebuilding. Don't forget, last year alone, we did $6 billion in credit guarantees, just covering our guaranteeing loans for persons. We are able to put forward over $2 billion in the last 4 months for resilient reconstruction. And resilient reconstruction also is helps with the credit risk, because what it says is something happens again, you are proof against it. So that's something that you can also employ. Now, there's a lot more I could say about the Development Bank of Jamaica, but just to say that where your capital needs are concerned, you can reach out to us and we'll be able to give guidance and direction to you.
Thank you all. At the beginning, I posed 3 questions. I asked, what must change? I think from the various perspectives, I think you're a lot more sensitized to why media needs to be seen as a critical infrastructure. And of course, that means moving media from the periphery, where it is, and really making sure that it's well integrated into this national disaster preparedness architecture. I also asked, who must lead this change? Again, as you've seen, it takes a village to raise a child. We need lots of actors, but I see key roles here for organizations like ODPEM. Of course, the BCJ Spectrum Management. We've heard about the role of finance. And in terms of what can we do, I think it's really crucial that these key actors, and also media, you can also raise your voice. We seek to perhaps meet within, let's say, maybe another 30 days, and then try to see how we can take some of these issues which have been identified in the research and really come up with an action plan. Because, believe me, we are in an era of more extreme, more frequent events. And so every day is a day living on borrowed time. Even if we're outside the hurricane season, we have earthquakes that we're susceptible to all year round. Thank you all. Let's take action. Let's move forward.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much to our moderator as well as our panelists. Fantastic conversation looking at media as a critical infrastructure. What are their challenges? What are the things they need to assess? What are the things they need to put in place? And of course, the collaborative effort with partners such as the DBJ that could get them future ready from an infrastructure standpoint. So we're going to go into our second panel discussion, and the topic is digital futures, adapt or perish. Will the broadcasting industry exist in 2030? That is the question. But before we do that, we have a pre-recorded video from Mr. Christy Swords, senior media executive with over 20 years experience in UK television. And we want to hear his perspective, and it would be the perfect segue into our panel discussion. So this is Mr. Christy Swords. Kindly turn your attention to the screens.
Hello, my name is Christy Swords. I am the founder of Swords Consulting in the UK. I worked at ITV, the UK's largest commercial broadcaster, for over 20 years in a variety of senior roles. And since leaving ITV, I've consulted for a number of media companies, broadcasters, transmission providers, and others on challenges, in particular in connection with the digital transition. I think the main challenges I would pick out in connection with the move from linear established broadcasting to the new digital approach is really there's twofold. The first is that whilst we know the destination, we know we are heading to an all IPTV future where linear channels as well as VOD, as well as catch-up, as well as SVOD are delivered through the internet directly to your television set as they are to your computer and other devices. That is the ultimate destination. The challenge is the transition, how long it will take, the pace of that transition, and whether it plays out differentially for different groups. I think we're seeing two particular phenomena. Now, I think this applies to the UK context, but I think it applies more broadly. First and foremost, you have the fact that viewers increasingly have a foot in both worlds. So they may have subscriptions to Netflix in the UK, they may use VOD services like BBC iPlayer or ITVX, but at the same time, they still have a foot in the traditional established linear broadcast for their live viewing, in particular for sports. The World Cup at the moment is predominantly being viewed via broadcast rather than online. So these households are, as I would call them, hybrid households. They're not fully IPTV, they're not solely broadcast, they are a mix between the two. And that is not some temporary phenomenon. That is not something which will pass in a matter of months or years. Actually, that is, for many people, quite a nice best of both worlds approach. They prefer to watch live via broadcast because there's no time delay, there's no interruption because of signal drops, there may no Wi-Fi issues, etc., etc. For example, the World Cup is a classic example. People like to watch that live. They don't want to watch it with a 30-second delay via the internet where they can hear the roar next door as the goal is scored 30 seconds ahead of them watching it. So they like to rely on broadcast for live, but at the same time they like to supplement that with box sets from Netflix, with catch-up from BBC iPlayer. And that is a very kind of stable, satisfactory existence for many households. They are not itching to get to an IPTV only status. So that's the first issue that I would flag, the existence of hybrids. The second really is that there is a large or a significant minority of homes who don't use connected TV, who don't use IPTV at all. They rely entirely on established broadcast, be it via terrestrial networks or via satellite. They don't use BBC iPlayer, they don't use Netflix, they don't use Amazon, they don't use Disney or any of the other many services that are available. Now, often that is a question of economics, that they simply don't have the wherewithal economically to fund subscriptions not only to those services but also to broadband, which in a UK context it may be costing you around $50 US dollars equivalent per month, so a significant sum over the course of the year. But for other homes it's because they may be older viewers who are not as comfortable with watching via the internet. They're very used to the EPG or the electronic program guide, the remote control that they have spent the last several decades using, and actually they're slightly intimidated by the online, and frankly they don't feel they need it. And again, whilst that cohort is reducing in size over time, and obviously there are demographic changes, and that most of that cohort would be older and socio-economically poorer than the UK average, it's not a trivial number of people. It is still measured in the hundreds of thousands, if not millions. And therefore, because of both of these challenges, the idea that you could simply switch off traditional broadcast as is being talked about in the UK context and elsewhere, and simply rely on IPTV, that has real dangers in terms of public policy and what it will mean for those homes that I mentioned. Because obviously if you're a hybrid home and you have VOD but you also rely on broadcast, if the broadcast signal is switched off, you may need to get a new set-top box, you may need to get a new PVR, you may need to upgrade your broadband because suddenly you're having to rely on it for maybe 5 times as much viewing, your speed may not be adequate, you may be subject to data caps. So you're going to have to take action to accommodate the switching off of broadcast. And of course for those households that aren't connected at all, well, they're going to need to get online, they're going to need to get a broadband connection, they're going to need to connect their TV set, they need to get used to digesting content via IPTV rather than broadcast. And that's also going to take money because a lot of these households will not be able to afford that. They do not have the economic resources to fund $50 a month, over $500 a year. And of course, as well as just the technical and the economic challenges you've got there, you've got very significant policy ones because in a UK context, the BBC is the publicly funded public service broadcast, still accounts for a large, significant share of viewing, both live and via VOD. Traditionally, to get the BBC content, you had to pay a BBC licence fee. It's around £180, just over $200 a year. But now actually to get BBC content or any broadcast content, you will have to have a subscription at the very least to broadband as well. So that may be another $500 a year. So suddenly the kind of minimum entry price for broadcast in the UK will be trebled or even more. So there's a very, very important philosophical challenge, if you like, that actually your ticket to entry in public service broadcasting terms has suddenly become much, much more substantial. And with all of these thorny questions, the debate is really unresolved, and therefore the timing over when you might anticipate switching off broadcast networks. Is it the end of this decade? Is it the decade beyond that? Are we well into the 2040s? This is a really live debate, and actually I think it's quite difficult to imagine us resolving one way or the other. My own personal view, and that of some of the companies I'm working for, is that actually we should proceed with some caution in this area. That, if we move too far ahead of the pace of all of the viewers in our society and all of the poorest and the oldest in our society, you face a very, very challenging thought that actually you might cut off people from television altogether. And by the way, it would be those people who, in a UK context, depend on TV most. The older viewers tend to watch a lot more TV than the average household, and so do those on lower incomes. So this is really the debate that is raging in the UK context at the moment, and I think it has parallels well beyond the UK in Europe and elsewhere, and is a real challenge. But how do we navigate this transition? We know it is happening, but the pace and when it will complete are really open questions, and ones where we really, really need to make sure we get the answers right, or broadcasters, media companies, and indeed politicians will all potentially pay a heavy price.
Thank you so very much, Sir Christy Swords, who, funny enough, earlier on I had said, even as we speak about digital transformation and the transition, we cannot overlook a certain demographic. And here it is, he's saying, of course, transition is going to take place, transformation will take place, but we still have to look at consumer behavior, their ages, you know, are they even able to afford it? So we can have the conversations, but he said to proceed with caution, that we do not outpace our viewers, neither isolate or displace them. Again, this panel discussion, Digital Futures Adapt or Perish, will the broadcasting industry exist in 2030? These are my esteemed panelists. I will start with Ms. Madeline Noland, President ATSC. We'd like to welcome her to the stage. We have Mr. Curly Prescott, CEO, Telecommunications Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, TATT, joining us virtually. Welcome, sir. Just wait for him to come up. Mr. Gary Allen, my former boss, advisor to the Executive Chairman and Board Consultant, RJR Gleaner Communications Group. Could we kindly welcome him to the stage? Hello. And a fun fact, I actually still have him in my phone as Big Boss. Also coming to the stage, Mr. Armando Cox, founding CEO, Resolve IT Limited, strategic Microsoft partner. Please welcome him. And I just have to do a special welcome and a special big up to this panelist who is traveling all the way from California, should have gotten into the island from yesterday, but got into the island at 2:30 this morning. She could have canceled, she could have said this is really crazy, but instead she wanted to be here. She thought this was very important. It also says a lot about her and how she shows up even when there are unfavorable circumstances. Miss Ashwini Kotaru, Chief Operating Officer, Guyana Solutions. Let's welcome her, guys.
All right, so with the time that has been allotted, I'm still looking for Mr. Prescott. Thank you so very much for being here. The real conversation, or how I want to set the precedence, is that when we look at content ecosystem, there's a lot of conversation around artificial intelligence, streaming, social media, generative AI, satellites, personalized content, different consumer groups, different age groups, what people want. It becomes harder and harder for businesses and broadcasters to know what to do and how to do it and when to do it. So the question before the panel is not, is the broadcasting industry pressured, but rather, what emerges on the other side with all of these disruptions? Ms. Nolan, I'm going to come to you first, considering you're the president of the ATSC. And so right now, South Korea is the only market that has deployed the ATSC 3.0 at commercial scale. And we understand that Jamaica is among the early movers within the developing country segment. The question is, what have we learned from South Korea? And as a developing country, what are things that we can learn from them? And do we treat these things the same? Or are there other things we need to be looking at, considering we're smaller?
Thank you so much. Thank you for being an amazing MC. Oh, my goodness. Wow. Well, first of all, before I answer your question, just a little bit about ATSC. What is ATSC? We are a bunch of engineers who love to work with broadcast technology. And we have designed a system called ATSC 3.0, which is the second major system after ATSC 1.0. We'll talk about what happened to ATSC 2.0 on a different day. But in answer to your question, we have actually a group in ATSC called the Implementation Team for the Caribbean. And it's an opportunity for members of this region to come together and talk about what's happening with ATSC around the world. And I'd also like to make a big shout out to TVJ and CBC Barbados, who are both members of ATSC. So they have the inside scoop on what's happening in ATSC on a regular basis. And thank them for their time and their support. But I want to make a small correction. Korea is not the only commercialized country. It is the first one. They had a specific goal. The Winter Olympics were in Pyeongchang in 2018. And their goal was ultra high definition television for free over the air in time for the Olympics. And they achieved that goal. Meantime, the United States has also deployed commercially, and they're now having commercial services in more than 80% of the country, and 20 million receivers sold, and they are off to the races. But the country that I'd really like to talk about for a minute in terms of lessons learned, or lessons to be learned, I found out that there's some people from Brazil in the audience. Yes?
Or Brazilian fans.
Ah. What is going on in Brazil? Brazil has just taken ATSC3, and they launched commercially 2 weeks ago. Why? Because of the World Cup, of course. So they're starting with 10,000 set-top boxes out in the marketplace, and they have a full rollout strategy. But the thing that I want to talk about with Brazil, which is the most important thing, they have a very strong broadcast culture. More than 2/3 of people in Brazil regularly watch broadcast as their #1 source of content, #1. But they see the change. There is this freight train, which is streaming. It is coming. They see it happening. They see some countries, like what Dr. Snow was talking about, that are actually thinking about turning off broadcast entirely in favor of streaming, even though it might be the broadcast content. Brazil said, we are in the perfect position to prepare ourselves to have a strong broadcast community and media system in that environment, because we are still strong enough to make change and to move forward. And so they adopted ATSC 3.0 just like Jamaica, and they are busy building an ecosystem that has a solid platform in both OTA and OTT. The way their broadcaster, they have a major broadcaster in Brazil like TVJ called Globo. They say, well, we have 2 content delivery networks. We have over the air, we have over the top, and we're going to use them both. And we're working now, today, to set that up. So that to me is one of the most important things. Jamaica is in this position. You have a strong broadcast culture right now, and you are in the perfect position, the perfect time to make that bridge and bridge that relevancy with the OTT and the OTT together. Your media platforms are in that platforms. Content producers, you have the broadcast, you have OTT, you have digital, you have radio, all within the media ecosystem. And so you can think about yourselves as broadcasters, but you're really platforms. You're media platforms. And broadcast is an extremely important distribution part of that platform. NBC Universal was on stage at one point, and they talked about the importance of broadcast, and we talked about major sports rights. How do you get access to NFL football, FIFA World Cup, etc.? And they said, well, the argument is not any one part. They said, how many eyeballs have we got? All of them. We have broadcast, we have cable, we have satellite, we have OTT, we have all of them. And that's an important piece to remember, and particularly when it comes to disaster. And there's one other point that I'd like to make, because I know I'm taking up way too much airtime, I'm sorry. But the Honorable Leacock said this morning about trust. One of the projects that ATSC is working on is incorporating the Coalition for Content Provenance and Authenticity technical standard so that you can deliver content provenance proof together with your broadcast. And this data is data that a receiver could interpret and inform the viewer if the content has been tampered with, unauthorized. Last thing I want to say, the real lesson: do not get stuck in simulcasting. It is anathema. Look at Uruguay. They started a digital transition. 20 years hence, they are still operating both digital and analog transmitters, simulcasting the same content. And when I ask, well, how many people have digital set-top boxes? We don't know. So when are you going to turn off analog? We don't know. Do you want to know that here in Kingston, there is the ATSC 3.0 Network Operations Center? I have seen a lot of these. This is a first-class facility with 8 transmitters across the island of Jamaica, transmitting not 1 service per channel, but 4, plus 2 radio services in the same channel. My challenge to you, find a market, and your target is to turn off the analog transmitter. And go to 3.0 in that market. And if you do that, you will be the first country in the world to completely transition a market to ATSC 3.0. And that will be a victory.
Thank you. Thank you so very much. I realize that Mr. Prescott has joined us. Welcome. Good to see you. I'm going to throw this question to you. When we look at regulators, they play a very important role. They're in the Caribbean. They're often, I hope we didn't lose him. They're often resource constrained, while the entities they oversee that they're supposed to monitor and regulate, they are growing exponentially in complexity as well as reach. So what does effective right-sized broadcast regulation look like in 2030? And what are the capabilities regulators must have in order to get there?
Hi, good.
You are now on mute. Can you go again? Are you muted?
Are y'all hearing me?
All right, we can hear you.
Should I continue?
Proceed, we can hear you. Okay,
great. So in terms of, what does right size regulation look in 2030? I guess the answer is it depends on what you intend to achieve from regulating the broadcast sector. Over the years, regulation of the broadcasting sector entailed 2 major functions. One, management of resources, spectrum resources and so on. And secondly, managing content regulation, sort of ensuring that whether local content quotas were maintained or certain decency was upheld in broadcast, so to speak. So if it is that the intent as we move in this new world of broadcasting, if there's still going to be broadcast over the air, to Madeline's reference to transitioning to ATSC 3, then that function of managing resources is going to remain. If it is we're talking about the content regulation aspect of it, then to the question about the evolving nature of broadcasters, where broadcasters are now, streaming, and broadcasters may not even be based in your jurisdiction, they may be based somewhere else, but you have a huge listenership within your market, then monitoring becomes key. All right, so you need to continue to monitor to be able to continue to detect content infringements and then act when something undesirable occurs. And, if it is the number of broadcasters that you trying to monitor, via all of these, streaming platforms and so on, continues to grow, then as long as there's a sustainable means to continue to monitor the additional channels, to monitor these increased number of broadcasting forums, then that is what the regulator will have to evolve to. So assuming there's some sort of broadcast license fee to monitor the relevant broadcasters, and that fee is being paid, then that fee now has to feed the magnitude of the regulator to continue to monitor the increased monitoring activity that has to happen in the new broadcast age.
Absolutely, and thank you so very much for even contextualizing it, understanding that it is independence of not just the broadcasting, not just the broadcaster, but what are the regulatory goals that we have to keep in mind. I want to thank you so very much for that. I'm going to ask Mr. Gary Allen, we are now competing with creators, algorithms, global platforms that know the users and the community members far better than broadcasting platforms ever will. They're telling us and recommending things that they know we like based on our user pattern, which almost feels as if they know us. So the question to you, therefore, is what does a legacy broadcaster still possess that possibly a technology company cannot easily replicate that will make it still competitive against competitors who clearly know the community?
Right. Thank you very much for having me and for the warm greeting this morning. And let me extend to the Broadcasting Commission our congratulations on their 40th anniversary. Certainly, Cordell and I feel like we have been wrestling for more than 40 years, but that's just because we are intensely committed to the industry. So this morning we heard from the doctor that we are in intensive care, and then she said she wasn't going to give a prescription at the end. So when we hear from you that the discussion is about whether we are going to perish or not, then we start to worry a little bit about that. But truth is that we have, as broadcasters, all been around for some time, and we have seen many of the developments in the industry take place, and we have joined many of them. So most of these changes are tools to us. We have been a little bit secretive about some of it, and I think that we don't make that clear enough to people that many of the developments have become tools in our industry, and we use them. Some of them not as wisely as we should, and some of it not as highly promoted as it should. But I believe that all that is changing, we need to focus on how we are going to be seen not as legacy, intensive care, worried about survival. We need to reassert ourselves as truth providers of the industry and as truth providers on whatever platform we are operating. How do we actually take our content, which is what is needed for all the different pipelines and platforms that are being developed? How do we make our content attractive, available, and then when you have all the responses that come from the algorithms will tell you about which one the customers prefer, and therefore which ones you need to make more of, and which ones you need to think about a little bit differently. So we need not to be fearful of the industry changes that are taking place. We need to embrace it. We need to manage it. We need to ensure that we are using our longevity, our credibility, our brand that we have built up. Use those as the equity that we will emphasize in distinguishing ourselves in what is becoming a fairly crowded field, but a field in which people are still looking, where do I go to as a safe harbor for the information that I need, that I can trust, that is reliable. And if we are going to be the trust providers in the broadcast industry, we should boldly stand up, claim that, and say so, and make known the different things that we are doing. Point is that most of our broadcasters have been doing a lot in the different spaces. Of course, you invite me here from a particular group, so you know that I know the information there best, and that is where I draw on. From our group, our digital footprint is massive as a group, but people still look at us and say, well, you're in trouble. Yeah, you have the biggest footprint, but you're in trouble. The biggest digital footprint, but you're in trouble. I think that we are in a space where we are adjusting, we're making changes, sometimes the change not fast enough, and sometimes we make the changes to the business faster than the absorptive capacity of the people who are not getting at the same time
the training, the exposure, the upskilling on how to properly utilize the tools that are coming in different technological forms to actually underpin and support the core, the ethos of broadcasting, of truth-telling, of credibility building, of brand loyalty that we have been able to develop over the years. So I think that even if we are in intensive care, and even if we don't have an immediate prescription, we are going to be around long past 2030, and we are going to be healthy and strong and dependable as an industry going forward. Just make sure that those of us who are leading know that we have some work to do right now, can't wait for too much longer, to ensure that we carve out that path to stay in that lane and to stay ahead. And we are sprinters, so let's move quickly on it.
All right. I didn't hear any of the broadcasters applaud when Mr. Allen said that we're going to live long after 2030. And I do know that we have broadcasters here. Amanda, I'm going to come to you because we just heard what was said, that sometimes you are investing in the business, you are trying to transition, you are trying to transform, but perhaps the training, the upskilling is not taking place. Now, when you work with organizations navigating significant technology transitions, what do you believe, or what have you seen tends to separate those who aren't successful versus those who are?
Thank you for that. I must applaud the team for putting this together, because this kind of conversation is important. You know, we have to have some of these direct conversations sometimes. There are three things really that came to mind. And the first one is the clients who transform their business rather than just transforming the technology, right? Because what happened is that you find persons trying to digitize processes and policies and stuff like that, but that's a band-aid. You're using technology to patch an old process or an old business model. The other thing that I'll say is, really you have to go back to the point to say, what business am I in? Is it really the broadcasting business that you're in, right? I'm a consumer and I spend for solution, experience, or convenience. Which one are we solving, or are we solving all? Once we get to that stage and we understand, then the next thing we should be talking about is how do we deliver that value? Then that's when the technology comes in. But before the technology comes in, it's one other thing. So transform your business is the first one, and I realize persons who invest in that and as a culture to transformation survives the transformation easier. The second one is experimenting. Organization must foster experimentation. That's where sometimes the little nuggets will come. Foster, put the budget in, put the environment in that allows persons to test what people are looking for, what it is that they respond to. You need to foster that. The third one is to foster a digital culture. You would have heard a saying that was attributed to Drucker. The internet says it's not Drucker. That says, culture eats strategy for breakfast. You'd have heard that somewhere, right? Yeah. If you think about it, you could have the best technology, you could have the best ideas, the best strategy. It won't survive tomorrow morning. Because if your workforce doesn't have that attitude, that amenable thing to want to develop yourself and want to train, you're going to have a problem. You're going to run into roadblock. There's one thing I want to say here which I think is very important, and it may be unpopular, you might find it surprising, that one of the blockers that we have seen, because that's the question you asked me, are IT people. Sounds weird? So my peers sometimes are the own blockers of the transformation. Why? Because sometimes IT people, they are comfortable with what they have, what they already know. And it takes them to get more uncomfortable with figuring things out, learning new things, deal with the risk that comes with transformation too. But some persons take the easy route of complacency. And sometimes you don't get these transformative conversations happening where it's supposed to go, right? Last thing as I hand over, I'm going to share my experience as well. Look up CONEC. I think Gleaner has it in an article or Observer. Connect was a mobile money solution that's probably 15 years old or so that it was created, maybe 20, I don't remember. That was innovation. That was to bring value to the credit union movement and to the society to get people to be able to participate in the digital economy and into the financial system. That didn't survive. It didn't. Was it because of poor technology? Was it because it was outdated? It was cutting edge. Kenya is doing it today. It didn't survive. So I just want to just repeat those three things, right? Transform the business and not the technology, foster experimentation, and work on that digital culture.
Thank you so very much. Show of hands, does anyone here watch the podcast, Diary of a CEO? Yep. Does anyone watch that podcast? I believe they're at 15 million, I believe, on YouTube. And one of the things I'm always fascinated, not so much about the guests, but rather how they are building out this machine. And one of the things that Stephen worked on was creating a role, manager of failure and experimentation. He actually created a role for someone to go out and experiment, understanding that there will be failure, but there will be testing, and in the testing, you will find out what works, which I thought was pretty interesting. So Ashwini, thank you for making it. Thank you. You look really amazing for someone who just landed at 2:30 this morning. Your question. Broadcasters, cable operators are facing the same paradox. Their viewers and their subscribers are simultaneously consumers and users of big tech and their platforms. And so everyone is competing for the same attention, the same eyeballs. Is there a viable data and content strategy that turns that overlap into an advantage rather than a liability for broadcasters?
I'll start with the question. So data or content? So we have stopped there, differentiating between should it be a good data strategy or a content strategy. But if you look at every media revolution that has happened over the decades, it always teaches us something. And I'll go back to a 2012 research on a model that has shown how these media revolutions work. I have given a link if we can have it. It's called the Tyke-Seymour model. It's technology, access, interest. So if you see that, across these 4 dimensions. And I believe broadcasters should be thinking about all the 4 dimensions simultaneously. Let's take example of, say, Sony. They had excellent screen, but they were not fast enough to have a content strategy or build the App Store ecosystem quickly enough. They did eventually, but by that Android has become so powerful that they had to adapt to it. But take Apple on the same spectrum. They started with a screen, but they very quickly and rapidly moved to having an app store, having their own production house, having their own content, and they have entirely dominated that market. Even if you take example of, say, Comcast versus Netflix. Comcast eventually started with reach. They had excellent reach. But their content strategy, they acquired NBC a little too late. By that time, Netflix also started with reach, with DVDs. But they had, they moved very fast on technology, streaming, user experience. So they moved on all the 4 dimensions pretty quickly and simultaneously. So my honest thinking is I think broadcasters should think of all the dimensions, even in a smaller market, even in a larger market. In Caribbean, it could work like, okay, you can have a OTT channel, or you could start something digital, but going deep into one dimension and then quickly figuring out and moving into all the 4 dimensions is when you'll become that mega market and capture your audience.
All right, thank you so very much. So sometimes we have to do more than siloing and bucketing one thing and focusing on one thing. We should at least be trying to focus on how we can have all of them working and transitioning.
If you cannot do all 4
simultaneously.
simultaneously, you can have those partnerships, those alliances, which will make you, if you lead that consortium in a smaller market of who's focusing on all 4 and become that consortium, then you are providing better content to your audience and you're capturing your audience as a whole, not fragmented.
Not fragmented or segmented. Thank you. Before I come back to Madeline, I'm going to ask Sir Curly, when AI generates content at global scale and platforms operate beyond any single jurisdiction, which you actually alluded to earlier, what is the one regulatory function that no government under whatever circumstance can afford to surrender? And is it currently being protected?
Yeah, thanks for the question. And let me take this opportunity to thank the BCJ for inviting me on this panel and to congratulate the BCJ on celebrating its 40th anniversary. It was remiss of me not to do so at my first response. So the question, is a somewhat of a leading question in terms of what function governments absolutely can't allow to surrender, and is it being protected? So, I mean, the question sort of answers itself by hinting at intellectual property, right? And of course, there's a huge, I guess, concern and a lot of discussions globally about, protection of intellectual property rights, especially when AI can, glean and grab data and content information globally and then present it. And when generative AI can produce responses and information, grabbing information from various sources. And then, of course, the other aspect that we see AI playing a role in is this whole, on the malicious aspect, is the whole discussion of deep fakes and scams and so on. Again, where AI is able to use, footage and voice, voice data of the recordings of persons speaking and then create simulations of not, of actual presentations by the person being represented. So in that regard, I would say that obviously intellectual property is a massive thing that governments need to strengthen. By extension of intellectual property protections, there's data protections as well, consumer information and so on. But definitely from a creative perspective, as we in the broadcast space, we need to ensure that creators can protect their property, their inventions, the things that they make, that they create. And that when it is leveraged by AI in another jurisdiction, they can now make claims and be rewarded for any monetary gain or any monetary value that is generated from the use of their creations, their innovations. So that's a huge area. And then, of course, by extension, I've spoken about deep fakes. The ability to validate and verify correct content, to be able to authenticate, I guess I should say, content that's created, to ensure whether it's created or whether it was compromised is another critical function that, governments and by extension regulators need to ensure they incorporate as we embrace this new AI world. You always have to be wary about that clip coming through that might, from a broadcasting perspective, that might seem to be a sensational story. And then you go and broadcast it, and then you realize, oh my gosh, the information was incorrect. So, you as a broadcaster, they always have been doing verifications over the years. Now they have to be ultra sensitive, ultra careful, and verify and authenticate and validate via many means before they go to air. So these are some critical areas that in the world of AI, broadcasters, regulators, and governments need to incorporate to ensure that the trust
is not
is maintained, as well as creators are adequately rewarded when their inventions, when their intellectual property is used.
All right, thank you so very much. Moving from regulation, coming to you, Madeline, to ask about the ATSC. So we heard Almanda said, sometimes people try to change things, they try to fix technology, or sometimes it's just a Band-Aid. The question I have for you is, looking at how amazing the ATSC platform is and what it can do, if you have a 20-year-old who's never interacted, and we do have these teenagers to young adults, never interacted with channel, antenna, spectrum, dependent signal, and here it is, we have broadcasters that are now trying to implement these platforms to make it better. So they're fixing this engineering problem, but then we may have consumers who have already walked away from it. How do we bridge the gap between ensuring that we're now delivering this quality content in the manner they need it, but also consumers who've never actually interacted with that particular platform? How do we bridge the gap?
Yeah, thank you. Personally, I think that it's more of a communications and marketing question than an age group question. In the sense that, take for example, in the United States, it's the same thing. The young people don't know these things. And there hasn't been a lot of discussion about over-the-air television, that it's free. And sometimes you go up to a young person and say, did you know you could put an antenna and it'll work with your TV and it's free? They say, wait, isn't that a hack? No, it's not piracy, it's not a hack, it is actually free over-the-air broadcast, and yes, you can watch sports and news. So I think there's an element to which we don't talk about it very much. And honestly, the biggest selling point is free. That's a really, really, really big selling point. The other thing that I think is emerging, there was a lot of research that went into the initiation of something called the Converter Box program in the United States. And they asked the viewers, what do you need in a box? And they asked the viewers to tell them a little bit about themselves. And as expected, there were a lot of over-the-air viewers who are in the older demographic who haven't wanted to really get into streaming. They're perfectly happy watching Jeopardy and Wheel of Fortune and whatever. But there was also just as many people who are much younger who are looking to cut the cost of their subscriptions and still have access to the content that they want. And they are rediscovering antenna TV, which I think is fascinating, where they're just beginning to understand that, gee, I can get all my local channels and local sports alongside Disney Plus, Netflix, blah, 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 whatever I want. And that's going to be the way I complete my package that I am creating for myself. And it's becoming very popular. I'm going to be very curious. There's a reason why, that I don't need to get into great detail, there's a reason why broadcasters in the United States don't spend a lot of time talking about over-the-air broadcast. But one broadcaster is breaking ranks, and they are doing a full court press in Columbus, Ohio, of a big marketing campaign for over-the-air TV. And they want to find out how many people say, I can get free TV, and it looks terrific. Did you say free? And how many channels are there? 60? What? So they're going to do this push, and they're going to measure how many people take up the platform with just a little bit of incentive and a little bit of information. I think that's very important.
I love that. Little bit of the information, the incentive, the communication, and being extremely intentional about sharing what you do and how you do it, and reminding them it is absolutely free. Sir Alan, coming to you with regards to building direct audience relationships, how do you know, and is this a reality? Have we been able to do it for broadcasters? How do we know who is watching, engaging beyond the screen? I often see that there are surveys done, people answer it, like I've never been asked, I've never participated in a survey, but there's always somebody answering. But the question really becomes, how are our media groups really understanding who their audience is, especially if they're not on the digital platform, but they're just simply watching from their living room. And is that something that we are already doing?
So we have some challenges there in terms of our broadcast media in the analog space, where you do not have consistent, reliable information about audience viewership or listenership to what's happening on radio stations. We get some information periodically. So the surveys you're talking about, and if the sample size is under 3,000 or about 3,000, and there are 2.7 or 2.8 million of us in Jamaica, that probably is the reason why I have never been asked, as well as you have never been asked about it. Although I know there's a question which says that if you work for media, then you are disqualified. So they probably just look at you and me and say, don't ask them, because we know that they work for somebody, right? So, but those surveys are not frequent enough for us to be able to base solid decisions on. The unfortunate thing about it is that the industry has grown up on that, and the advertising industry that is in the traditional non-digital space actually uses those surveys to make substantial decisions on spending. And so that is one of the challenges that we have. A few years ago, things improved a bit, because in terms of our subscriber television operators or cable operators, when they went digital with their platforms, they did have the ability, create the ability to get information on channels being viewed. So from some of the cable providers, we do get information on a contractual basis, and I know that the advertisers do. They get monthly information about viewing patterns, but it's not at the depth that allows you to make the kind of decisions. It will allow you to make some general management decision, but it doesn't allow you the depth of making program changes and that kind of thing that you would see in some of the North American markets. Where things are at the moment are very interesting from two standpoints. One is that once we combine what our digital habits are, and we have engaged those markets on multiple platforms, if you take that data, it gives you a good idea, because people are ruthlessly, brutally frank in what they like, don't like, think didn't work, doesn't work, and so on. So you can get some information from that. Some of it you have to weight up because it's not representative, and therefore you can't use it to make major qualitative decisions, because it doesn't support it with the science of good survey practices and so on. But it gives you an idea. The beauty is that in terms of ATSC 3.0 that Madeline has talked a lot about, that we have launched in Jamaica, that has the ability to give you data from each box in a household, if that's the flavor box that you have bought and installed, to get real-time information coming back to you about what channel at what time was being viewed in this household. So the digital divide is not so much a divide in that regard. It actually is a support, because it can bring you information that you can now use in that way. But at the moment, our best options are to combine our various platforms, whether it's One Spot Media, which has been around for more than a decade, even though some people are now getting into the space of OTT and so on. Whatever information you can get from cable stations that are digital, what you can get from your social media platforms and so on, take all of that together. It will likely give you trend, and you can use that to make some sensible decisions. That's how we have to be doing it, because we do not have as yet the robustness in the research and the digital use in Jamaica that gives you better than that. So that's how we have to do it now.
Thank you so very much. Now, I know for my audience, we stand between you and lunch, and we're going to wrap it up shortly, because I do know my audience. Amanda, I know that this is a very open question, because I know a lot of the how we apply data, how we apply technology, how we apply AI, all comes down to what is the core vision and mission and objective of a particular entity, but considering we do have broadcasters here, we are speaking about transformation. If you could give a very generic AI strategy, if you could. If you were sitting down in the boardroom with broadcasters with not much information, but just with the little that you know, what are some of the basic key AI strategies you would probably recommend for them to start using or even considering?
All right, so I would move away from what is most common now. Persons asking, how do I use AI to save money? So having a cost conversation, cost efficiency, I get it and I understand. But when we talk about transformation, we're really talking about growth. So we want to have a growth conversation. And we also want to have conversations like, okay, how can this allow me to transform and create new products like what Sir Alan mentioned? How can I now get new products, tap into new markets, right? Earn more. That's a more powerful conversation to have, right? I get the question about the AI strategy, but I also want to say you cannot, it's so garbage in, garbage out when it comes to technology. We are not ready for AI conversation if our data is in silo, if our data is all over the place, it's not clean and all that kind of stuff. I would rather say, let us deal with the fundamentals first. Do we have the infrastructure that allows for this kind of transformation? That's kind of the conversation I would rather to have and try to build on that. And then there comes the technology of AI and so forth. There's one other thing that jumped in mind while I was talking to you, and I thought about some opportunities. And we know, and I think everybody here agrees for the most part, that Jamaica is a cultural powerhouse, right? Good? See? Yeah. So I just did a sample test just a while ago, right? And so people want to consume our culture. Trust has been used many times throughout this conversation before me and the first panel. And so people trust the content of the local market. Why don't we then use the AI to create new products, probably multi-language, to tap into other markets, to be able to consume our local content as well? You mentioned One Spot Media. I use One Spot Media, right? So I know that was a first mover, right? But I think the message I want to say, guys, if you continue to say that we are broadcasters, then we are limiting ourselves. We should always talk about what's the business we are in. What do we need? How do we deliver the value? What's the value that we are creating for our audience? Use that to drive the conversation, than limiting ourselves to antennas and satellites and all of that. Don't define ourselves because of the technology. Use the value that we're delivering to define the industry, right? Hope that answers your question.
Thank you so very much. Ashwini, I'm going to ask you a question about AI, because if someone had told me years ago that we would see AI-generated news anchors or AI-generated journalists in the field, I probably would have laughed and said, absolutely not. We're also looking at the fact that AI is now used to create content and programming, and it's becoming normalized in some markets. The question is, does human authenticity now become that premium differentiator? And do you believe that convenience will win? Especially like how we've been speaking about community and trust, perhaps AI will not work. How do you balance between human first, people wanting what they believe is reality, versus also using AI?
Let me start. Very interesting question. Thank you for this. And I've been wanting to really answer this. So think about you. You have evolved over the years. People love you for what you bring to them, the humanness, how you have changed. That change is also what they love. So with many news anchors, they've evolved over the years. And people relate to that. As opposed to having... even if you have trained your avatar of AI, it only depends on that training data. It won't evolve with you. So I think that is very important. But also think about where AI is being used. Eventually it will take over. It is already costing some jobs. It can do content creation. It can create a video faster and better than what we used to do previously. And it is being used extensively for, say, for content generation, for script, for just playing even the sequence of events. So it's being extensively used today, and eventually it will take over. But what is important is, let's say, take a broadcast CTO. They have seen decades of experience. They're very wise in what to play when. They know that knowledge. And say a brilliant young engineer has come to that station. How would you treat it? The CTO would not feel him as a threat. In fact, they would look at that person, a brilliant young engineer, as a mentee. That's exactly how you should treat AI. At best, it's a toddler whom you can shape for the next 1 to 2 years. That's the window we have. It's a toddler at best. But this is the time where broadcasters have the chance to shape it, to create that model. And creating an AI model or using AI is not expensive. It's everywhere and it's going to be everywhere. But who shapes it will become the first mover. And shaping that first, creating that model for your market, and training it with the values that you think is good for your industry, and the first mover in that space is going to win. And I just want to touch on one topic that we all have touched on, the trust part of broadcasting. Let's go back to where broadcasting itself has come from. In a world of uncertainty, when we had to tell the truth to the public, that's where airwaves were given to broadcasters. We are in the same uncertain age again. It's the same AI model, a frontier model, a Claude or a GPT, when nudged differently can give you different answers. So in a world of synthetic noise, the truth beacon, that's what is what broadcasters have as their unique USP. So becoming that truth beacon for everybody, for every audience, they already have the infrastructure to do it. I'm not saying that broadcasters have always done that, but they are the only ones who have the infrastructure to be the truth beacon. Absolutely. And they should embrace it.
Absolutely, which is why I consider our broadcasters the guardians. So to each of my panelists, in 1 minute, we have talked about where the industry is going, so let us just make this a light one. Let's make it personal. In your own household, when you want to watch something that matters to you, whether it is news, sports, cultural moment, entertainment, where do you actually go first? And what would it take for that answer to always be a local broadcaster first, if that is not the answer? Madeline, I'll start with you. What do you go for? What do you want to see in that moment? And where do you go first?
Thanks. When I want to watch sports and local content, I turn to over-the-air broadcast first. I have ATSC1 and ATSC3 in my market, and I get some 50-something services on that platform. However, when NFL football is only on Amazon Prime, I resort to Amazon Prime. Confession. But generally, it's over-the-air broadcast. I watch Amazon Prime for movies, but when I want local sports, local content, or even national sports, national content, it's broadcast.
Confession is good for the soul. Sir Curly, where do you go first? What kind of content do you particularly look forward to seeing?
Right. So, topical time we are in, it's World Cup time. And, currently the rights for World Cup is only available on cable television. So we're sort of forced to go to cable TV. In terms of my primetime newscast, I guess I'm still one of the older generation. I still tune in at 7 p.m. To watch the news. So definitely that's always local television, 100% every single time. And I still do rely, interestingly enough, and I think Mr. Allen's touched on it, where the local broadcasters are using the digital tools, or the digital media as tools. So when something happens, something lands, and everything is going on in social media, I do go to, interestingly enough, the local broadcasters' social media feeds to ensure it's true. Because I'm always very careful to go and propagate, to share something that hasn't been validated. So to validate, I always go to the social media feeds or so on of our local broadcasters before I share anything further. And what I would try to share, typically, would be the local broadcaster social media post. So if I have to share something from social media, from where I sit, I want to share something that was vetted by the social media entity.
All right.
Sorry, by a local broadcaster entity. Sorry.
Listen, spoken like a true regulator, vetted. We like that, though. Sir Allen.
Well, you invited me, TVJ first, on One Spot Media, on Free to Air, on their YouTube channel, if I missed it, and I checked to see if news has posted anything on rjrnews.com or the Gleaner website. And then, depending on the match, Rush TV.
Have you covered it all? Have you covered them all?
No, I have some more, but I don't think I want to confess
but
anymore
those are
now.
those are the ones.
Yes.
This is the marketing I'm talking
You
about.
couldn't get a different
This is
answer.
the marketing I'm talking about.
Yeah. So you wouldn't get a different answer. You set up yourself this right there, right? But in our side, it's a little different. We cut the cable years ago, frankly. Yeah? But, like Sir Allen, I use One Spot. That has been my true source. And I subscribe to the different local, the Gleaner, the Observer, that kind of stuff. And when I need to verify, I would go to social media on these sites first.
All right.
Right, so when it comes from overseas news, I would either go to the Observer, the Gleaner, the RJR News, that kind of stuff, to see what's going on right there. So that's how I do my verification.
All right, Ashwini.
I would go to my screens first. But I think that registration, say, just Jamaica has 2.5 million internet users. Most of them, 70%, 80% are registered on TikTok. They're registered on Instagram. If they have registered on TVJ or CVM, they would have the same ability to, the audience are on the second screen. They're on your phones. So reaching them there would be best, and if I had an option to reach my broadcaster on my phone, I would go there first. But right now, we do not have that.
All right, I understand. I guess nobody really needs to know mine. That's not really important. But what I will say is, just listening to the various conversations, I think what it sounds like is every broadcaster still has an audience, and people still rely on you. And we segment and we fragment based on what we desire at a particular moment in time. Some of us are morning people. Maybe we go to our newspapers first, then we go to our screens, then we go to our news in the evening, whatever it is. It just means that when people do come to you, there must be quality, trust, and credibility behind everything that you do. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so very much for being a part of this panel discussion. So the question of will broadcasting still live by 2030? The answer is absolutely. Absolutely?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Thank you so very much. Thank you. Thank you so very much for your kind attention. At this time, our lunch will be served. I'm going to ask that as our servers, our waiters are making their way through, that we try to minimize our movement as much as possible so that they can serve us as efficiently as possible. So as soon as we get that done, we will have our entertainment, and then we will resume with our other sessions. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to kindly be seated. Our servers will not be able to serve you adequately if they don't know where you are seated. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to invite you to kindly take your seats so that our servers can actually plate your food, that they can actually place your utensils. If you're not seated, then they can't actually indicate or know where your space is. So we're just going to ask you to minimize your movement just so that they can assist as quickly as possible. Oh, hold on, we have to say pull up, you know. We don't even start yet. Hold on. BCJ, if I could get your attention. I don't know if you've ever had the opportunity to be in the presence of some of the members of the Salvation Army School for the Blind Band, but let me tell you something, you are in for a treat. I'm going to ask for you to kind of take your seats as we get ready for what will be an absolutely amazing presentation. For me, they're a national treasure and a powerhouse of opportunity dedicated to breaking barriers, unlocking potential, and proving that vision isn't what you see. It isn't with your eyes. It is lived through brilliance, resilience, and pure excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the Salvation Army School for the Blind.
Everybody them a tearing on me pot on fire. 6 o'clock, I'm on floor, them a tearing on me pot on fire. Come in here, have some long walk, we are tearing on me pot on fire. Lord, I'm a massy, Lord, I'm a God, them up in here, we make man holler. Lord, I'm a massy, Lord, I'm a God, them up in here, we make man holler. Lord, I'm a massy, Lord, I'm a God, them up in here, we make man holler. Come in here, have some long walk, we are tearing on me pot, tearing on me pot, tearing on me pot on fire. Feel up when they move and no ring. Everybody can feel up when they move and no ring. Oh Lord, that's a mind, what a Saturday night. Lord, that's a mind, what a Saturday night. I'm the rooftop girl. My Melissa girl, don't come back. Jamaica rain from the aftermath. You take me roof on my livelihood. Girl, me until you say you don't look good. One don't push a girl, don't come back. Jamaica rain from the aftermath. You take me roof on my livelihood. Girl, me until you say you don't look good. Say she da come on Thursday. Say she da come on Friday. Say she da come on Sunday. Finally reach my Tuesday. Plug out the place by Wednesday. Water gone by Thursday. I know for me life to come back yet. One Melissa girl to come back. Jamaica really from the aftermath. You take the roof from the livelihood. Girl, me until I say it don't look good. One Melissa girl to come back. Jamaica really from the aftermath. You take the roof from the livelihood. Girl, me until I say it don't look good. Boy, Melissa. Boy, Melissa. Boy, Melissa. I know for me life to come back yet. Boy, Melissa. Boy, Melissa. Boy, Melissa. I know for me life to come back yet. It is a disgrace.
Hello, good day, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here this afternoon. We are Vision in Harmony, and this afternoon we have been presented with the opportunity to be your entertainment. So please sit or stand, rock, dance, and sing along if you know the songs, okay? Drop the rhythm.
Give thanks to life, give thanks to life. Today me rise at the sunrise, me rise and me upright. No one can broke my vibe. I'm in a fear who want fight and who want criticize. I'm on a higher high. So you can say what you want to or do what you want to. It's no concern to me. Because me have my own vision, me never my own mission to rule my destiny. It's my day to do anything I want to. It's my time, and I use it any way I want to. It's my life, and I'm responsible for every reaction. It's all mine, my day, my time, my life. Don't waste your time
With thoughts of giving up,
it's all in your mind.
gotta let it go, let it go.
And you alright, oh, alright. Alright. Hello everybody, it's us. It's party time, it's coffee. Wanna ready? Yeah. And that's all I've heard, that's all. Pull up in at the party, yeah. I now watch nobody, yeah. Pull up in at the party, yeah. Be feelings them I carry. Pull up in at the party, yeah. I now watch nobody, yeah. Pull up in at the party, yeah. I now watch nobody but you. Pull up in at the ladder, but me have the Benz and the Prada, and a couple brand new order. No, all of them fully don't matter, cause it's 0 to 102. Yeah, some flex on you, all in my section view. I said on you, then I get a text come true, so I'ma show you what my legs can do. Pull up in the party, yeah, I now watch nobody, yeah. Pull up in the party, yeah, be feelings them I carry. Pull up in the party, yeah, I now watch nobody, yeah. Pull up in the party, yeah, I now watch nobody but you. They say they love me more than I yesterday. Get where they want to switch it up already. They never try when you don't know that today. It's not so easy to join me anything. Our blessings follow anywhere where we live. I could be good with everybody. No, they have to say, yeah. Put up on target, reggae the top of the market. If there is a real problem, it's a free album and that will dissolve it. What you say? Put up on target, reggae the top of the market. If there is a real problem, it's a free album and that will dissolve it. Through airport and I because we outstanding to a force could forget when we belong me to and girls and if you ever chop a song the gear reinforce strong like a sonica with the drum and they play the harmonica bigger than the body span the planet supersonic to find the Danica. Vision in a harmony. Do you guys have a little bit more energy now? Are you ready for more? Run it, musicians. Everybody wanna feel Irene. Come and touch up and rock with me. Then I see the reggae music sweet, yeah. Skanking sweet. Everybody wanna feel Irene. Come and catch up and rock with me. Then I see the reggae music sweet, yeah. Everybody sing why. Everybody sing why. Ragamuffin reggae
reggae beat, dance all on the streets, can't stand on the feet. 2013 we still a do it, every stage show we still a keep, every big song they on repeat. Them a respond in a them feet, them a clap hands in a them feet. Because them a talking on my altar back, and no style we have, them can't answer that. Start a check and them start a talk. So them gonna do right after that. Me let's feel lyrics and talk a lot, you know. Touch song like water back from a gun, so the money give me half of that. Look at the deed for the high comrade.
Everybody sing, whoa. Watch you no selector, everybody sing, whoa.
You give me just right ramp on the beat, lay it down like while I'm on the street. Feel feet just like on cheat, drop it hotter than island heat. Yeah, me with the island floor, it could have been digital, I don't know. Hear some people say I don't go, tell them all and cut time go show. Give me kick like a balatelli, get some little bit up on a celly. Give me the world and me like a shelly, that's how much you want it on the nelly. Give me the rhythm, I tap it a chop. When I finish it, got it a top. Get some of us remember that, but then them sit down and cut and a chop.
Everybody sing, whoa.
Thank you. That's the end of our performance.
BCJ, I know you're eating, but I know you are not going to have Vision of Harmony come up here and give you a full concert and you're acting like whatever. No, perhaps I am a little bit biased. I love them like cook food. I just want to take the opportunity, and we just want to big up the keyboardists and the drummers. The lady who introduced you to the band, and she said, you know, we are Vision of Harmony, and she said you can sit or you can stand. Her name is Destiny, and when I first met Destiny at the school, and I asked her, well, what do you want to be? Because they recognized me by my voice. And they asked, hey, hold on, is that Terry Curl? And I said, yes. Destiny was the first one who came towards me, and she said, Miss, you know, I want to be a host. I want to do what you do. And let me tell you, she does an amazing job. When you sit down and you speak with her, she could easily take my job. Altheria, who is standing to she was the one standing to the far right. She's graduating next Wednesday with, I think, with about 14 other students, and she's heading to Edna. She's heading to Edna Manley. I want to thank Miss Lee. Miss Lee is actually taking them out right now. Thank you for your service and all the work that you do with these students. They come up here, they're singing, they're harmonizing, they're coordinating, they're choreographing. I know some of you have 2 left foot and you didn't give them like the round of applause of a lifetime. What? As for the young lady in the mustard pants, I haven't met her yet, but I'm gonna get her name. When I heard her sing, I almost thought it was Coffee. When I heard her sing, I thought of Niger Boy, who, by the way, is also a product of that very school that you just saw represented. They create some of the best singers, and it's only because we decide that they're not good enough because they don't look like us why you don't see more of them on stages like this. Mark my word, if we have a Niger Boy, there is no reason why that young lady in that mustard pants can't have a career if this is what she also wants to do. To BCJ, thank you very much for always being the standard and for always being inclusive. I realize you always use your JSL interpreters and you always find a way to show us that talent is not restricted by any physical limitation. Another round of applause for Vision in Harmony. So beautiful. So nice. Anyways, let me bring it down. Had me busting blanks in the people them corporate event. And now I'm going to invite the Executive Director, Sir Cordell Green, to make a special announcement, if you would kindly make him welcome.
Thank you, Terry. Thank you all for being here. Nicole, the Deputy Executive Director, if you could join me, and Errol, our Director of Human Resources. This concept of retirement and retiring needs to be interrogated in an age of exponential technologies and extended and enhanced human presence, and in the age of universal basic income. That one is interesting. I think that will decimate entirely the concept of retirement. But for the moment, we are constrained by those arrangements. They will eventually disappear or be reordered like all the other operating systems and definitions of society. But we just want to take a minute to just pay special tribute to one of our own who is retiring. Donovan, could you join us, please? I know you're not going to like this, Donovan, but could you join us? I think no matter what is facade is, Donovan Campbell is on the shy side, and I know that because I'm a shy person and nobody, absolutely, and nobody believes that. Trust me, I identify so much with MJ using the word shy. If you have to do something, you do it, but you'd prefer if it were otherwise. Could I, Donovan? We're just taking the opportunity, Donovan, to present you with a citation of appreciation. Let me read it. It says, in recognition of over 22 years of dedicated service to the Broadcasting Commission, since joining the Commission in 2004, Mr. Campbell has contributed to the implementation of its technical and regulatory functions as Director of Technical Services. He brought to that role extensive knowledge of telecommunications, advanced qualifications, and steadfast commitment to the enforcement of technical standards for the electronic media sector. Throughout his tenure, Mr. Campbell was known for his candor, never hesitating to share his perspective on matters he considered important. That forthright approach reflected his genuine investment in the work of the organization. The Broadcasting Commission records its sincere appreciation for his service and extends best wishes for good health and fulfillment in, I don't know what this means, retirement. Congratulations. Thank you, Dan. Come forward. And Donovan, a small token of appreciation. We know you didn't want a rocking chair or anything like that. We think you'll enjoy this, okay? So, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, public service is of great value in the country. I ask you, I know you've been polite, but now in salute to people who serve Jamaica, underpaid, but they perform, a concerted round of applause for a retiring public servant.
All right, so very excited to welcome our next entertainment break. So in a world where science meets soul, our next guest uniquely occupies the space where both thrive. By profession, a dedicated medical doctor, but by passion, a phenomenal Jamaican vocalist whose artistry knows no bounds. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to welcome the brilliant and talented Oriah. Please make her welcome.
Thank you for having me, and happy 40th anniversary to the Broadcasting Commission. And I am Oriah Hope. I'm the musical storyteller. So I love to tell love stories, some of them about my life, friends' life, but I love to use songs to tell those stories. And some of the songs I wrote, and some of them, you love them. So I want to start off by telling you this story today. You know, this one is close to home. After my first love, I was really scared to love again. You know, you want love, but you're afraid because you don't want to get hurt again, right? So I met this nice gentleman. He was really kind, nice, good caliber, but I was afraid to love. And I had to share this song with him. Take it away. Ooh, baby, I would have given you all of my heart, but there was someone who tore it apart, and he has taken everything that I've got. But if you want, I'll try to love again. 'Cause baby, you can't turn the key without love. Ooh, yes. The first cut is the deepest. The first cut is the deepest. But I still want you here by my side, just to help me dry the tears that I've cried. And I am surely gonna give you a try. 'Cause if you want, I'll try to love again. 'Cause baby, you can't turn the key without love. Ooh, the first cut is the deepest. The first cut is the deepest. Take it away. So yes, I had to confess that to him, you know, that I was scared to love. But, you know, he worked with me. You know, we went on dates and, you know, he got me comfortable and I opened up my heart to him. And I tell you, good man. You know, I really feel like this is the one. So I was so overwhelmed with my emotions, I wrote him this song. Take it away. It is better to have loved and lost than to never have loved. What is it that I'm feeling? Just the thought of your smile. I thought I was dreaming or swept away for a while. 'Cause if this isn't love, then love is untrue. What else explains the way I feel as I'm thinking of you? This must be love. Oh, love is untrue. Nothing else explains what I'm feeling for you. This must be real, or nothing else seems. Nothing else explains the way that I feel. Take it away. So that song is called This Must Be Love. I was convinced that it was love. And we were making plans to go forward and tie the knot. But then he started to change on me. Man start change. Call him not answer. Me I get voicemail, me I call him. When I get him can't give me no straight story. So I say, no, this no look good. This not gonna work out. So I say, no, me have to talk to him and me have to settle this. So I write him another song and I say, no, tell me where this will go. All right? This one is called Pendulum. Take it away. We should talk. I really want to know where I stand, where you stand. Is this real? And is it me? Well, you better let me know. You got my heart quaking, soul aching, thoughts breaking, mind filled with doubts. You swing me back and forth. You give me no reason, you hide your feeling. You keep coming around asking for more, but I'm not your pendulum. So hear what then? If it's me, then let me know. If it's real, then let me know. Is it real? And is it me? But if it's me, then let me know. If it's real, then let me know. Is it real? Is it me? Can't you play me all like boom, boom, boom? You play me all like boom, boom, boom. And you play me all like boom, boom, boom. You play me all like boom, boom, boom. You keep my flames blazing, my pulse racing, my soul screaming. Hope's failing now. Is it still worth fighting for? Well, you have one more evening to declare your feelings. Don't keep me swinging, your fears are blinding you. Give your heart and watch me walk away. Let me know, is it real? And is it me? Oh, if it's me, then let me know. If it's real, then let me know. Is it real? Is it me? And you play me all like boom, boom, boom. You play me all like boom, boom, boom. Take it away. So guys, I had to talk to him and tell him, say, now go work. Where do we stand? Well, I see no difference in him. Him even get more distant. And him tell me, say, it's not going to work without any explanation and leave me broken and in pain. And so for my final song, I had to dedicate this one to him. And I know you know this one, so I want you to help me to sing. Take it away. You know this one? Sure you know it. Help me to sing. If you knew how much I love you, how much I need you, you wouldn't stay away. If you knew you are my one desire, you set my soul on fire, you wouldn't stay away. Oh, my darling, I know you have found another girl. She treats you nice, I know. She's even more beautiful than I. But if you knew how my heart burns for you and how I long for you, you wouldn't stay away. Oh, stay away. Darling, I know you have got too nice. I know she's even more beautiful. If you knew how my heart burns for you and how I long for you, you wouldn't stay away. Thank you so much, BCJ. Thank you so much for having me. And I'm Araya Hope, and that's my love story today. Enjoy the rest of your day, guys. Thank you.
Another round of applause for Araya Hope. Thank you so very much. Although as she sauntered and as she sang, I said, but if I looked like her, I wouldn't have any problems, and I don't understand. Thank you so very much for sharing your passion and your love for reggae music and for storytelling on and off the stage. Another round of applause for Oriel. So as I see the amazing servers of the AC Hotel, they're now moving through. They're going to try to ensure that you receive your entrees as quickly as possible. We're going to create a lunch and learn atmosphere just because we understand that time is against us. So as soon as everyone has been plated, everyone has received his or her entree, we will then resume and we will treat it as a lunch and learn. Thank you. All right. I do know that there are just a couple tables in the back that will be served, but we thought it best to resume. And so this panel, panel number 3, the title or the topic is The Future of Radio. I would like to invite my panelists, some of whom will be here live in the room and others will be joining us online. Mr. Brian Schmidt, Acting Managing Director, IRI FM. Let us welcome him to the stage. And Mr. Steve Billings, CEO, Sun City Radio. We welcome him to the stage as well. Portmore for sure. Our virtual panelists, we'd like to welcome Miss Bernie O'Neill, Project Director, Project Office, World DAB. Mr. Garfield Chainborn, founder and presenter of Sound Chat Radio. Mr. Jorge Chavez, Senior Manager of Broadcast Products, Xperi HD Radio. And Mr. Al Robinson, founder and CEO of Mellow Media. I will now hand over, please make them welcome. We'll soon get them up on the screen, and our esteemed panelist who has the task of keeping it all together, connecting all the dots for the future of radio is Mr. Don Dobson, Senior Director, Monitoring Compliance and Investigations, BCJ. Please make him welcome.
Thank you, Terry Carell, and good afternoon, everyone. I would say welcome back from your halftime break, but I see that it's still in session, so I'm hoping you are enjoying. It's my pleasure today to guide this conversation on the future of radio. This session it's not about whether radio survives. It's about what radio becomes, how radio reclaims what only radio can do, how it defines local in a borderless world, and how does it become genuinely social rather than just existing on social platforms. My role is simply to lay on the passes for my panel of expert strikers, and they will do the finishing. So let's get it started. Radio has survived television, the cassette, the CD, MP3 player, the smartphone, but AI is different. AI is different because none of those previous disruptions had the ability to replicate the one thing radio always claimed as irreplaceable, the human voice. So Garfield, I'm gonna start with you. In 2 minutes thereabout, what does this moment force the industry to rediscover about itself? What is the next reason for radio to matter? If you're speaking, Garfield, you're on mute. We're not hearing you. All right, so technicians, we need to sort out Garfield's audio. But in the meantime, what I'll do is transition to our local broadcasters, and I'll start with you, Brian.
Thank you very much. I think what is very important for us all to recognize is that there are certain strengths that radio has, and a lot of it has to do with the personal connection. It has to do with being very relevant. It has to do with being very timely. And a lot of what radio needs to do, very interestingly, is be more like radio. That's very, very interesting, because if you look at what is happening in the podcast space is dominated internationally by radio programming. So a lot of people don't really understand what is really happening even in those spaces, right? So it's very, very important for us to understand that what makes radio important and relevant is its humanity, its connection, and so on. And we really just need to lean into that, because at the end of the day, in a lot of ways, social media and all these other different platforms are just that. They're just platforms. They're another means of distribution. And we need to lean into that and then take advantage of the specific traits and characteristics that they have. Because now radio is no longer just visual as a theater of the mind. We can now put real images to what we do in radio. So it's very important to see how we approach it. And I think that is actually a very, very simple thing to do, because we can't pretend to be what we are not. And we have a history of being excellent at what we do. And you know, it's also important to note that radio is growing worldwide. So what you're hearing and being told is actually not true. Radio is growing. In fact, in 2023, for the first time ever in the US, radio earned more than television. Right? So there's a lot of misinformation out there. There are a lot of naysayers who do not understand what is really happening in the radio industry. So I think that is something that this is a wonderful opportunity for us to correct and get people to understand.
Okay, Steve, your thoughts?
As it relates to what you just said, Brian, one of the things we must be cognizant of is the different patterns, the behavior of the listening audience. And one of the reasons why I think podcasting is doing so well is because the listening audience right now, they're accustomed to on-demand content. They want to consume the content when they want to, how they want to, where they want to. So that is one thing we have to understand as broadcasters. We have to be able to adapt. And as it relates to the new generation that is coming up, they are receiving radio and radio content differently. It represents something totally different to them. And let me give you an example. When my presenters are in studio, they're normally on TikTok. And when my little son has his phone up and he's on TikTok, he said, "Daddy, I'm listening to the radio." You understand me? So to him, that is what radio represents. So it's about being adaptive. It's about being where the listening audience is and being able to give them that content on demand when they want it, however they want it.
Okay, Garfield, are you with us now? Garfield is not with us. Okay, well, as soon as he's able to, we'll definitely go back to him. Sound Chat Radio is an online radio station, so we're really interested in what he has to say. And he's based in the diaspora in New York. So it's now after 8 p.m. in the UK. So Bernie, I will say to you good night. And I will ask for your point of view on this moment that confronts us with AI, and what does radio need to do to remain relevant.
Hi. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we're hearing you now.
It's quite a bad echo for me. Okay, I'll continue. I'm just trying to ignore the echo. So listen, first of all, congratulations to, oh, it's really hard to talk, I'm sorry. Everything I say is coming directly back to me. I'm on the screen twice, I don't know if that's...
Oh, we're not hearing an echo, Bernie, so it would be on your end. All right, Jorge, I'll move over to you for the time being. I'll congratulate you. Mexico has advanced to the next round on 9 points. I'm sure you're happy. And we would like to hear your thoughts on how radio should respond to what could be seen by some as an opportunity that AI presents or a problem that AI confronts us with.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we're hearing you.
I don't know if you can hear me. Okay.
Yes.
Got it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your invitation. And yes, we are very happy for winning Mexico yesterday. But talking about your question about AI and how can integrate for radio stations, I'm very confident that for broadcasters and the users, the content is the king. But as broadcasters, we need to add value at that kind of content. So if some broadcasters only just programming music, I mean only all the content that these broadcasters are sending, it's only music, that is the field that I think that is the field that AI can grow up. However, if the broadcasters are sharing very valuable content like news, interviews, historical events, relevant information, and so on, my understanding is that in that part, AI will only become an ally for presenters instead of their replacement, because as one of the panelists mentioned as a few minutes ago, we need to promote the content and put the content whenever the listeners are. So the listeners always is looking for or searching for new content. So if we provide add value content for that listeners, I really doesn't matter if the AI is growing. The content is the king.
Okay. And Garfield, is it third time lucky? Are you able to join us now? You're on mute, Garfield. All right. How about you, Bernie?
Are you hearing me?
Yes, I'm hearing you now, Garfield. So I was saying to you earlier, what does radio need to rediscover about itself? How does it remain relevant? How does it remain one of the media of choice in 2026?
Modern form. I've been able to build out digital radio platform here in the States that broadcasts all over the world. And the secret to my formula would just be kind of modernizing the way we present, making radio a little bit more interactive. One of the things that I feel very strong about is that nowadays with technology, people can listen to music in so many different ways. They don't need to listen to a radio station to get the music, right? So there has to be something else added to the experience that will allow people to want to be able to gravitate towards the platform that you're presenting them. I do a lot of visuals. So my platform is radio that you can actually see and also listen to. You know what I mean? And it works very, very well for me because people feel like it's an experience. So if you're asking me what does radio look like tomorrow, I don't think radio tomorrow needs to look like what radio looked like yesterday. I feel like we need to add to the experience, we need to engage more, and we need to give people a reason to want to be part of what we're presenting.
Okay, thank you for that, Garfield. And now, Bernie, over to you. Same question. What does radio need to contemplate as it's confronted with a dynamic system where audio moves freely across platforms and devices?
Yeah. Can you hear me okay now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I still have a little
We're
bit
hearing
of
you
an
clearly.
Right, I think it stopped. Oh, it just stopped. Thank you for inviting me and congratulations, BCJ, on your 40th anniversary, and long may you live, and you're doing such important work. And congratulations on the program in this conference. We can hear already you have the answers. You're asking the right questions, I think, and you have the answers. So from a World EIB perspective, we'd say that maybe the answer is discovering or rediscovering infrastructure, not fashionable, but not in a technical sense, more in a society sense. So radio is the platform that everybody reaches. We've talked about that, we've heard about that, its resilience and its reach. And simultaneously, and there's no subscription needed. So no data plan and etc. So AI, it can replace a person's voice for sure, but it can't, we don't believe, replicate that reach. And so that's a reason why radio matters. And you know, we've heard a lot about trust and access to radio in times of emergency. And these are very much topics that are at the core of what we're talking about at World EIB, and protecting, especially protecting radio's place in connected cars. So it's important to be everywhere where the listener is. Broadcast is doing heavy lifting across Europe, and it will do for some time, as we heard from the speaker, Christy Swords, earlier in the context of TV. So we're very focused on protecting broadcast radio in connected cars so that it doesn't get buried or lost. So I'll leave it at that. Okay.
So what I'm hearing is that reinvention is important, but radio should not lose its identity. It should not lose its connection. And despite the emergence of AI, it should not lose its humanity. Now, the issue of reinvention is important because it goes beyond just formats and audiences. It's also about resilience. And radio's identity is never tested more sharply than in moments of crisis. And that brings us to the next question, which focuses on radio during times of natural disasters. Dr. Grant, earlier you mentioned that during and after Hurricane Gilbert, radio was the nation's lifeline. With Melissa, things were more complex. In the immediate aftermath, we found, though, that in some instances, radio was the only functional media available. Stations running on generators ensured that the public had valuable and critical information. But it is felt that as soon as connectivity returned, largely through the deployment of Starlink and so on, everybody sort of abandoned radio and went back to social in order to receive information. Now, whether that perception is fair or not, it's out there and it represents a real challenge. So Al, you're based in St. James, so you lived it. Tell me, what do you think radio needs to do? Well, firstly, tell me what the situation was for you on the ground, and what does radio need to do to reclaim its place as a trusted communications refuge during national emergencies?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Are you hearing me? Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Wonderful, wonderful. Good afternoon, moderator, fellow panelists, ladies and gentlemen. When we talk about the future of radio, the conversation often centers on technology, digital broadcasting, artificial intelligence, streaming, and connected devices. Those innovations are important, and we must embrace them. But I believe the real future of radio is not defined by technology alone. As Brian rightly said, it is defined by content, and more importantly, by connection. Here in Western Jamaica, during the recent hurricane, many of us here in the West experienced months without internet and electricity. we're nowhere in those moments. All the modern platforms we rely on simply disappeared. People turned to battery-powered radios. We distributed several solar radios. These are with panels. Several of these we distributed to communities. We went in shelters. Families gathered around a single radio just to hear the latest update. That experience reminded us of something powerful. When everything else fails during the hurricane, radio remains. So you know, people can get music almost anywhere today. They have Spotify, they have YouTube, they have Apple Music, and countless other streaming platforms. But music is no longer a radio exclusive advantage. What those platforms cannot replace is trusted local news. We discovered that for months and weeks during the hurricane, credible information, meaningful community involvement, live discussions, and personalities who genuinely understand the people they serve. And Brian touched on some of those areas. So when a hurricane approaches, when a road is closed, when elections are taking place, for example, or when a community needs a voice, people still turn to their local radio station. And that relationship is built on trust. And trust cannot simply be downloaded.
Okay, so trust begins long before there's an emergency. And radio also has the asset of reliability. So those are two things going for radio. I will throw it to you, Brian or Steve, if there's anything that you'd want to add on this point about radio in natural disasters.
Oh, sure, absolutely. Al has hit the nail on the head that what radio is very good at is building community. And because it builds community and it has trust, right? And trust is not to be undervalued, particularly in the kind of larger environment communication environment we exist in. So the trust and the ability to build community is very important. Now, there are things that the broadcasters can do, but there are things that the government needs to do. And there's one simple one. Radio is free-to-air broadcast. And free-to-air broadcast means that people must have free-to-air access. It's not a one-handed thing. You can't have a right to the broadcast and you can't receive it. We are failing by not meeting the technical standards that every vehicle that comes into Jamaica must pick up every radio station on our frequencies. Right? That's an absolute failure. Now, I used to work at courts. Bureau of Standards will not allow you to sell a radio in an appliance store that does not get our frequencies here. Why are cars allowed to come in and not do so? Let me tell you how dangerous that is. In Melissa, most of the West was cut off. IRFM and Zip FM were there when most everybody was not. But only a person who had a battery radio could listen. So the kind of information that people were in their vehicles, they were being denied the access that they should have. That's an absolute failure of regulation, and that needs to be fixed. And I would call on the government that they need to do that.
Well, that's definitely something that we need to look into. And in fact, we may explore it some more as I transition now to the infrastructure side of things. And Bernie and Jorge, I'm going to bring you guys in. But before I do, I want to say that Jamaica has not yet made any decision where digital radio broadcasting is concerned, and there's no decision on the table at this time. But as you can appreciate, as a forward-thinking regulator, we would want to look into what digital radio broadcasting could mean for operators and consumers, would mean for public safety communication, especially in moments like Hurricane Melissa. So Bernie, I'll start with you, and then Jorge. From your vantage point, how can digital radio broadcasting strengthen resilience and help broadcasters during and after hurricanes and other natural disasters?
Yes, thank you for the question. And it's something that's also exercising broadcasters here in Europe more and more. You have it more extreme in your region, but in Europe we're experiencing an extreme heat wave and trains are not running. Spain, we don't know what the cause was. Spain had an electrical outage. People had no electricity, no connectivity. So what Melissa exposed for us wasn't really perhaps a total failure of radio as a medium, but maybe a gap in the infrastructure. And, you know, you've mentioned Starlink and social media, you know, picked up and filled some of that void in some areas, but other areas weren't covered. And so when we look at markets that have invested in digital radio infrastructure in Europe and other regions in Africa, whatever, you know, it's a platform that's genuinely resilient. DAB plus networks are engineered for redundancy. You know, they not only have the spectral efficiency where they offer all the stations, but they carry this new feature that has been added in the last 2 years because of a disaster that happened in Germany. And that can carry emergency alerts that are very geographically focused down to 1 kilometre square and wake up receivers, so very, very local, and also with messaging. So listeners don't need a data connection for that feature. So that's quite a critical distinction with broadcast and DAB+. So, you know, when there is a major disaster, we know that the networks get congested if they're available, but broadcast doesn't, you know, and it's just remembering those core benefits. It's not so spicy anymore, it's not fashionable, but it's just a scientific fact, you know, that it's free to air and reaches everyone. And so I think that's really what I would say on that one.
All right, so emergency communication is one benefit of digital radio. Spectrum efficiency is another. So Jorge, can you talk more about some of the other benefits, the main value proposition? And also if you can talk briefly on motor vehicles, because we had a discussion about this, that if we're transitioning to digital radio broadcasting, that's something we would have to look into in terms of a policy for the motor vehicles that we're importing. So the value proposition generally for operators and consumers, and that bit about the motor vehicles.
Sure. Thank you for your question. Yes, well, regarding the part of emergency alert, since its launch in 2002, HD Radio has a protocol for emergency alerts to help governments, broadcasters, and listeners to be aware for any kind of relevant activities that include storms, hurricanes, snowstorms, floods, even missing people, because this protocol includes images and texts, and all the HD radio receivers can receive this kind of information. Even these receivers are turned off or are in sleep mode. So that is the part of the emergency alert. In the other hand, of the value proposition of HD radio, we have two parts. One for the listeners and other for broadcasters. In the field of listeners, they receive a lot of advantages with HD radio technology. First of all is the digital sound. Secondly, they have or they can experience what can I say? Information about images, station logo, pictures, album covers, and multimedia experience. So the users can view all the radio station with images, important information, even advertisers' logos. Also, the listeners can enjoy through additional digital channels with different kind of content at the same frequency. So all of these services are broadcasting at the same frequency. It's not necessary to assign a new spectrum, as you said, or a new band. With this, the customer does not have to change their consumption behavior. And also the broadcasters can reach new audiences with these new additional channels and create new revenue opportunities with this enhanced advertising. So implementing HD radio doesn't necessarily require broadcaster to make large investments. The existing radio station infrastructure, such as antennas, studios, consoles, etc., can be compatible with HD radio. And
so what I'm going to have to do, Jorge, is that what the Broadcasting Commission will do is arrange a dedicated session where you and Bernie can go into details about the different standards and so on. So we have about 9.5 minutes left, so I'm going to move quite quickly. We just dealt with capabilities. Now we need to talk about the fight that we have on our hands. Throughout the other panels, it was pointed out that platforms now control distribution. Algorithms increasingly mediate audience relationships. So I'm going to go with Steve, and then Garfield, and then Al. And the question is, of the three things radio has always owned, content, distribution, and audience relationships, which one must the industry fight hardest to retain? And what does that fight actually look like? Especially for a small operator.
Could you repeat the last part of it, please?
Oh, content, distribution, audience relationships. Which one must the industry fight hardest to retain?
I strongly believe it would be audience relationship. I can speak specifically as it relates to Sun City. We're a community-based radio station, and our audience is primarily, Kingston, St. Andrew, St. Catherine, and we have what drives us really, and that is the relationship that we have. And in addition to the relationship with the audience, what is also equally important is access, So our audience, they own the radio station and they represent us, So we realized that we were able to amplify the relationship by the execution of the access that we would give to our listening audience. So we pretty much have a open door policy here at Sun City, and that is what has worked for us over the years, and it has continued to work with us. Also, where the relationships are concerned, we do a lot of partnerships with the respective communities in and around St. Catherine. So that has really worked for us. And the end game is that we foster a family type relationship.
Okay, and Garfield, what are your views on this trinity, content, distribution, and audience relationships?
Audience relationship is very, very much important. Content is also equally as important. For me, I built a digital platform that was syndicated, right? Right now, I hear in over 30 cities in 7 different countries. And the audience is driven by being able to have the content and have different opinions from different parts of the world, speak of that content. So when I'm broadcasting and when we come together as a community on the radio, I think what drives people and entertains them the most is the fact that they're hearing someone from England who is part of the Caribbean diaspora, the Jamaican diaspora, having the same issues and concerns that they may have in New York or in Toronto, Canada, or in Gambia, and some of the various places that we also broadcast. So the content is key, because you need that content to present to your artists, to present to your audience in order to develop community, right? So I think that those two go hand in hand. For me, I've been very successful with creating community based on being this a platform that spreads wings so wide. You know, I'm more of an international platform as it's supposed to be local. And one of the benefits of digital radio is that it doesn't only give you regional, but you can, you know, the sky's the limit. You can reach people on the other side of the world and bring them in to be part of your programming as well.
Okay, so Garfield, it sounds like there needs to be a conversation among you, Brian, Al, Steve, looking at syndication, having some of their content on your platform and vice versa. Al, what are your views? Content, audience, distribution? I'm hearing you.
Hello?
We're hearing you, Al.
Hello? Are you hearing me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, so audience relationships are harder to build and far more valuable. Content can be distributed across many platforms, FM, streaming, apps, podcasts, social media, digital radio, but building trust and a lasting relationship with an audience takes years of consistency, it takes credibility and community engagement. So, you know, once you have earned that trust, your audience will follow you to whatever platform you choose. That is why I believe broadcasters should focus first on strengthening their relationship with listeners, and then use every available platform to distribute that content.
Okay, all right, so we have 3.5 minutes left, so we're gonna wrap up. And the closing question, I'm gonna start with you, Brian. I think you may have started down that path earlier when you made that recommendation about motor vehicles. But if you could ask the government for one practical action in the next 12 months to support radio's relevance, its future, its resilience, etc., beyond tax relief, of course, what would that be? Oh, 45 seconds.
You got it. I was a co-author of a study by UNESCO for media resilience. The government has it. If they implement the recommendations that are there, we will have a very, very resilient and strong and independent industry. So that is what they need to do. The information is there. What we need now is not ideas. What we need is action. And this was, like I said, a UNESCO-funded study. And it was designed to look on small countries around the world and how they can compete against these mega giants in the tech industry.
All right, so we need to look for that study. Steve, one practical action you'd like to see from the government in the next 12 months?
As it relates to government-wise, I would love to see the media be able to benefit from the PIR, that's the productive input relief. As it is right now, it is primarily the hotel tourism, manufacturers, agriculture that really benefits from it. So what the PIR really is, it's a fiscal benefit that would allow waivers for importation, deferment of GCT, so on and so forth. As it is right now, I also know that JAMPRO is a part of that as it relates to the creative industry. But I believe that the media by itself needs to be a part of the PIR. So that's something I'd love to see advocated to the government.
And Al, quickly, what action would you like to see the government take?
only in regulating the industry, but also in establishing its growth as broadcasters as we navigate rapid changes. We need a regulatory framework that encourages innovation while protecting the public interest. So support practical digital transition. I would say maintain a level playing field. Facilitate industry collaboration. The Commission can, continue to bring broadcasters, technology providers, and other stakeholders together.
Right, together. So we'll definitely do that. All right, Bernie and Jorge, from your vantage point outside of Jamaica, what is one enabling action you have seen other governments take that made a meaningful difference for broadcasters? So you can go ahead, Bernie, and then Jorge, you follow. So Bernie, that's from your perspective outside Jamaica, one action that you have seen other governments take that made a material difference for broadcasters.
Well, first of all, very well said by all the other panelists. The points made are spot on what we're hearing across Europe at the minute. There's a piece of legislation going through the European Parliament, the Digital Networks Act, and regulation, mandate that every car that comes into, every receiver, but especially cars that comes into Jamaica or the CARICOM region, that it has broadcast radio as standard. We've had that in Europe now since 2019. 99, really 100% of cars in Europe have DAB plus radio. So the impact of regulation to protect broadcast, to protect radio and broadcast radio, which is doing the heavy lifting.
And over to you, Jorge.
Yes, I totally agree with Bernie. The important thing here is the regulation for different kind of governments. Here in Mexico, we implemented in 2020 a Mexican norm that all the receivers, FM receivers, all kind of receivers, must to receive analog and HD radio digital broadcast. So yes, the government must to do their part to protect the radio and promote the receivers to enhance all the kind of digital broadcast.
Okay, and I'll close with you, Garfield. From your perspective in the digital and diaspora space, is there anything you think that our government could do that would meaningfully help broadcasters in your space, in your world? Or is it a case for the broadcasters to solve themselves?
I feel that in the diaspora, we need more connection to government officials. I think that is what a major problem is for us. Because I'm doing more of an internet-based platform, I don't really have that type of regulations and stuff with the government. My thing for right now is pretty much kind of free flow, right? We don't have much restrictions. We basically use our discretion in knowing how traditional radio has been presented and how we would like to present modern day radio. Kind of toting that line to be very careful, but still be fresh and young and energetic. What I think the diaspora needs is a little bit more access to being able to speak to the government officials in Jamaica, people who are making the decisions, people who are involved in a lot of the happenings that happen there. I think the diaspora is very concerned about the ins and outs of some of the things that we read about in the papers or we see on social media. And we would like to have the access, as the Jamaican radio broadcasters have that access to talk to certain decision makers, in order for us to feel comfortable with what's going on back home. So I think that the government in Jamaica
access
needs to
is the main point for you,
to foreign
Garfield.
media, diaspora media. I think that would really help build people's confidence and continue the connection with those who live in the States, who very much care about what's going on in Jamaica.
All right, so I had 40 minutes. I think we are now at the 43rd minute, so I'll be wrapping up, and I want to say thank you to all the panelists, both in person and online, for what was a rich, forward-thinking discussion. Dr. Carell, back to you.
I absolutely enjoyed this particular panel. Could we kindly give them another round of applause? Thank you to our panelists in person as well as those online. Jorge, I don't know if you are there or if you can hear me. If you still can, felicidades a Mexico, viva Mexico. So I want to thank Brian in particular because I didn't know that thing about the car, which is why it's so important to be in rooms where you can exchange knowledge. And right now we have a lot of cars, a lot of cool aesthetic features, but certainly I did not know that when it came to access to frequency, I just did not know that that was a problem. And considering we're talking about critical infrastructure and media being just that, that is something that we really do need to look at. So thank you so very much. What was said is that we don't want too much talking, we want action. And that with everyone doing podcasting, why aren't we protecting radio? Thank you so very much again. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. If you can hear me, clap 3 times. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to dance to a rhythm. Okay. So we are moving from future of radio, and we've been discussing AI and digital transformation. The question is, if AI learns from us, who gets to teach it? Building a Jamaican language model for culture, identity, and truth. This is actually a fireside chat. We're going to invite Ms. Keita Williams, our 2026-2027 Fulbright Scholar, to Jamaica, and she'll be having the conversation with moderator Professor Anna Perkins, Commissioner, BCJ. Please make them welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Carrie Garrell. And saying good afternoon to Keta. Good to have you joining us. It's a fireside chat, so you're going to have to bring the fire. All right. I tend to liken AI systems to children, to a child. And I heard Ashwini earlier on use the term toddler, so I think we're on the same page with regards to that description. I use that description because I think an AI system has to be taught, it has to learn, and every AI system learns from something. They learn from text, they learn from voices, they learn from images, they learn from the accumulated record of human expression. And what they learn from shapes what is it that they see, what they value, and what they recognize as really real, what they recognize to be the reality. Now, if we think about it, most of the world's languages and cultures and communities were not in the room when our AI. Think about it, Jamaica was not in the room. And so if we're going to have a conversation this afternoon where we're asking, what would it mean if Jamaica were to be in the room? What would happen if Jamaica were in the room, not simply as a user of AI technologies, but as a teacher of AI technologies? So, Keta, you're here as a Fulbright scholar, and you're involved in a very exciting project called Project Iris. Why don't you tell everyone what Project Iris is about?
Okay. Can everyone hear me well?
Yeah, we're hearing you.
Or no?
Go ahead.
Can you hear me? Oh, awesome. So I think to answer this question, I must first allow the audience to understand what IRIS means. So IRIS is an acronym for Indigenous Responsible Intelligence Systems. And Jamaicans should care about IRIS because they will be the ones building it. IRIS is sovereign, which means its knowledge comes from primary sources. And the most primary source available is the lived experience of Jamaican communities, both on the island and across the diaspora. So I'm most excited about this project because Jamaica is among one of the first people to constitute a digital mind. And the active participation is something that we should be proud of, but it comes with a great responsibility because it's in this moment in time that we must take our reasoning very seriously because whatever we feed to the iris or whatever iris encapsulates within our culture will become a cultural artifact, which means for our future generations of Jamaicans or just humanity, if they are curious to know what happens in the early 2020s, iris will be that point of contact. So what is left over or what iris gathers is incredibly important. So these are the sort of like questions that I bring to Project Iris, and the sort of questions that I'll be exploring very soon when I come home.
Thank you. Talk to us a little bit about training such a system, because we recognize that there's a difference, right, between processing the Jamaican language and genuinely understanding our Jamaican culture. They're two very different things. So could you tell us a little bit about what actually takes place when an AI system moves from simply recognizing, for example, our Jamaican language and understanding what the language is actually saying, what it means, you know, what is it implying? Can you give us a little bit of the technical background to that?
I think for me, the key idea is social recognition. An AI system may learn our stories, our language, our history, but that alone wouldn't mean that it understands Jamaican culture. So for me, culture is relational, as in it lives within our values, our community, is even our memory. And that creates our shared meaning. So whether iris is perceived as culturally Jamaican is ultimately a social question, not a technical one, in my practice as a cyber psychologist. So I think this is where cyber psychology actually becomes important, because cyber psychology helps us understand how people form relationships with technologies, but also how technologies may impact our ability to learn, how it impacts our identity, our trust, and our societal life. So at the same time, I think AI ethics reminds us that IRIS or any other AI system does not exist in a vacuum. It will have real impact on people and our future generation. So the challenge isn't simply teaching IRIS to speak like a Jamaican or to regurgitate Jamaican history perfectly. It's really about, the challenge is really about creating a system together that Jamaicans would recognize as reflecting the complexity or, the complexity of who we are, because we are very complex people.
So tell us a little bit about what you would see as distinctly Jamaican in terms of the values that you'd want to be imparting to Iris. Can you say a little bit about that? What's distinctive about us that will be captured in such a project?
I think for me personally, I think Jamaicans are natural philosophers. I mean, we have reasoning in our everyday vocabulary. So that is a distinct feature of us just being Jamaican. And I think when it comes to building ARIS, it's just having that sort of like intellectual partner that can keep us ethically in line towards like ethical evolution for one. Yeah, that's like, at least for me, that's what I love to talk about when it comes to Jamaican culture, is our natural inclination towards like philosophy, like talking about philosophy in our own way through reasoning.
All right, thank you. We have in the room with us today journalists, we have broadcasters, although listening to some of the conversations today, I'm more apprised that we really shouldn't just be speaking of them as broadcasters simply, but we talk about them as truth providers. So some good learning coming out of conversation this morning. Nonetheless, in this conversation with us this afternoon, we have broadcasters, journalists, and content creators. And I think we recognize that they're under quite a bit of pressure to produce more with less. They are being called upon to reach the diaspora, archive decades, perhaps, of cultural production, and to compete on a global level with other institutions that are much better resourced than they are. And so, if we talk about a sovereign Jamaican language model, what change would that have for local media? How would that impact the way that local media is functioning right now?
I think this is the most important question because, like, given our the occasion today, I think when it comes to ARIS, the way that it can help change our local media is by helping us listen to ourselves a bit more carefully. The greatest value is not it's helping us like generate more and faster content. It's actually, I think the greatest value when it comes to IRIS is its deep context. Personally, if I choose to, if it was up to me to deploy IRIS, I think I would start with Jamaica's cultural archives, especially music. Specifically dancehall music. And for me, dancehall is not just entertainment. I study it, and it's in my belief that it's one of Jamaica's living archives. It carries some of our grievances, humor. It carries aspiration, political feeling, class tension. But most importantly, it sort of holds some emotional temperature of some of our people. And I think that's really important. So for broadcasters and journalists and even content creators, IRIS can help trace the patterns across time and make sure that it's legible without flattening it. Most importantly, I think it can help media workers understand what certain communities are saying before concerns become headlines. And I think this is where co-intelligence, that is working with AI systems, becomes extremely important, because it's not going to be the case where IRIS is replacing our content creators or journalists or our broadcasters. It's going to be the case where IRIS becomes a thought partner and a cultural reasoning partner, almost as a way to audit or, it will kind of be a way for us to audit our broadcasting ethics. So the first deployment, or the way that I would like to see IRIS implemented whenever it's ready, is where public feeling is already being expressed. And for me, that's going to be like certain avenues, like maybe like TikTok content creation, where like our youths are online, but also like definitely in our music. And I think dancehall, for an example, is where that's like pretty prominent.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for that. There's a lot in terms of the creativity and innovation that is very much a part of what it means to be involved in media in the Jamaican space that I think your thoughts are capturing and taking us towards. I'm taking account of our time, but I still think we have some opportunities to talk through other matters such as public memory and truth. Would you like to dive into that a little bit more deeply for audience, how does a sovereign AI model assist us in curating perhaps truth, public memory? Any thoughts about that?
I think when it comes to truth or public memory, we're talking about collective knowledge. And the way that Jamaica is positioned right now, we don't have enough time for me to go into everything, but I would say that no one or nobody understands a culture more than the people living within it. So when we have a society, or Jamaica currently, when we outsource our teachings to AI systems that don't sort of like capture us in the best way possible, we sort of give up the opportunity to accurately represent ourselves in the digital spaces. So if we don't build systems that emerge from our own relationships, our own understanding, and our own experiences, then our culture becomes filtered through dominant perspectives. And I don't think we have to imagine what that might look like, because it's already happening in our reality. So what we're currently risking and what we will continue to risk if we don't change paths is our collective knowledge. And that's not just what we know, it's how we know it, it's the stories that we tell and the meanings that we attach to them. But I think what worries me the most is we will sort of lose the way that we understand ourselves as a people. But sovereignty isn't just about representation, it's also about participation. And I sort of like to think of Project Aris as a island-wide collective or initiative, because participation would look differently when it comes to researchers on the island, creators, citizens, and other contributors to a system that will like increasingly shape our public knowledge. But when I think about the practical implications of Aris, it becomes really interesting, because I think there is a question when it comes to economics. I think right now, with this project, Jamaica has an opportunity to participate in the data economy in our own terms. Aris also has implications for national security, because it involves our stewardship of our lived experiences. So the question is whether we can build systems together that work for our people and eventually like the wider Caribbean. And I think because Jamaica never has to be the largest country in the room to be influential, we are increasingly popular around the world. We have influence through music, we have influence with our culture, our language, our athletics, and I'm wondering right now, why can't we construct our consciousness to sort of aspire to be influential through the AI ethics/developmental space as well? I think for me, the question isn't whether economics matters per se, it's really just, do we think, or do we regard our collective knowledge as valuable enough? I think it is. I think Jamaicans are very special. We are small but very mighty, and to capture that sort of nuance and intelligence would be profound. And I think Project Aris would give Jamaica an opportunity to participate in the global data economy on our own terms. And if we're willing to do that responsibly and of course ethically, then Jamaica will eventually emerge as a thought leader and demonstrate what ethical AI development may look like.
All right. Thank you very much. So it gives us, as Jamaicans, an opportunity to participate in the AI processes, AI systems on our own terms, and to do that in a way that recognizes our creativity, recognizes our values, allows us to have a say in just shaping how those kinds of systems help us to make decisions as we move forward. Thank you very much. Would you like at this point to leave us leave our audience with just one practical thing that you think we can each do differently, having spent time in conversation with you today?
Yes, this is what I ask for everyone who I come in dialogue with. The next time that you're talking to ChatGPT or Claude, just to prepare yourself for a more personal relationship with AI in the future, just say please and thank you next time whenever you make a request or whenever you receive any output. That's all I ask.
Thank you very much. Guys, thanks Keto Williams for joining us today. Blessings.
Thank you so very much, Professor. Thank you, Keto. Well, let me just let you know, because my granny grow me good, I say please, and I say thanks when I'm speaking to AI. And because in the back of my mind, I think one day they just might take over the world like Terminator, I want them to remember Terry Carell was nice, was courteous, and polite. Everybody else, apocalyptic. But what was beautiful about that conversation, and by the way, in case you're wondering, Germany scored a goal in the first 3 minutes of the game against Ecuador. Just letting you know. What was beautiful is being able to hear someone as young as her just speak so eloquently, and she articulated what the present and what the future is. That someone as young as she is spoke about passion when it comes to preserving the cultural identity and accuracy around Jamaica. When you hear someone like that speak, you know that we are in good hands. Congratulations to the work that Keto continues to do. And thank you so very much, Professor, for having that deep conversation. Which now brings us to the very final session of the day. I'm not so sure if you did already. You would have seen QR codes on your table that gave you not only the agenda, but the brochure, the digital magazine, where you can learn more about your moderators as well as your panelists. So please ensure that you check that out whenever you have the time. So for the last segment, I'm going to hand it over to one of Jamaica's most respected journalists, TV producers, entrepreneurs, and talk show hosts. We've been speaking